Hello, hello. How is everyone doing today? I hope y'all are good. Got brownies, bacon? Hell yeah. So, Fernando's looking mighty pensive. Colors may look a tiny bit different. I was futzing about and I realized the weird pixels that keep flickering that only I seem to notice, even though they are definitely there in the videos. It may be because I normally play this game with a reshade on, and maybe the capture card doesn't like the reshade. So I have temporarily turned that off, so if colors look a little different, that is why. But other than that, yeah, she wants a brownie. Hell yeah. I also would like a brownie. When they're ready, Ghoul, can you shove them through the computer screen so that they get to me? Thank you. And also, I'm fairly certain there's no NDA to this. I could talk about it. Earlier this morning, if you're in the Discord, you were aware, I was part of a recording for a YouTuber who was doing an alliance raid. I applied, I got in, and it was fun. We didn't wipe, although the YouTuber died once. Oopsies. I will say though, because it was an alliance raid, and as you saw with Crystal Tower, alliance raids are 24-man things, like 3 parties of 8. I wasn't in his party of 8, but I was definitely around. Did I see the fucking weird pixels? I swear to fucking God, if I saw the weird pixels and it's not the reshade, I don't know what that is. Anyway, anyway, yeah, so it's like wasn't in his party, so I don't know how much my name actually shows up, but I believe I was the only female Rogadin in the party, and I also had my weapons out nearly the entire time, so whenever that video does come out, I should still be pretty noticeable. Even with everyone wearing similar style outfits, because if you want a hint as to what alliance raid it was, can you tell what this outfit is inspired by? If so, that's what the alliance raid was. But then there's also the fact that you recognize what this is supposed to be from, and you're like, why the fuck is that in 14? And my response to that is, there's Monster Hunter in this game. Why wouldn't there also be this in this game? But yes, there are near raids in Final Fantasy XIV. We will get there in the distant future. But not anytime soon. But yeah, I was totally expecting, after I realized that I wasn't going to be in his party exactly, I was very much expecting it to be like, you know that episode of SpongeBob where the Krusty Krab gets a commercial and SpongeBob is watching it, and you can see and there's a shot where he can see one of his corners peeking through the order window, and he's like, there I am, Gary, there I am. I was expecting it to be like that, but I think I'm actually more noticeable. I think I'm more noticeable, but we will see whenever the hell that video comes out in months. But anyway, enough about future stuff. Let's get back to the actual game that we're doing right now. I think a girl is here or something, a determined woman or something. I don't remember where we left off. But anyway, the Rising Chorus. Tataru seems eager to escort you to the solar. Our guest is with the antecedent in the solar at present. Let's not keep them waiting any longer, shall we? I am on it. Oh, hey. At this point, it would be more unnerving if he spoke plainly. Unexpected tidings from the north, borne by the Lord Commander II. What manner of wind bloweth this day? Good of you to join us. We have much to discuss. This is no time for idle chatter. Right, sorry, Tataru, I'm going. Let's go.
We have a guest from Ishgard who wishes to speak with you. I believe the two of you have met.
We have. I had hoped to speak with Commander Leveilleur as well, but I cannot afford to wait any longer. The Lord Commander sent me hither to request your aid in a matter of grave import.
You see now why I had Tataru summon you.
Now that we're all assembled, perhaps you would be good enough to elaborate on the nature of the matter which brought you to us.
The Observatorium's astrologians have sounded the alarm. Last night, the Dragon Star burned with an intensity not seen in 15 summers. Not since the Dravanians engaged the Empire in the Battle of Silvertear Skies.
The northern sky doth burn full bright upon the Wyrm Lord's call. The red behemoth beckoneth, and flame consumeth all.
The old Curthan rhyme, aye. The brightening of the Dragon Star is said to accompany the roar of a great worm. The astrologians believe that it was Midgard-Soma himself who cried out on this occasion.
After an absence of centuries, the King of Kings did return to lead his kind against the might of Garlemald, only to fall in his duel with the Agrius, proud flagship of the Garlean fleet. Devoid of life, his corpse remaineth entwined about the Magitech monstrosity even unto this day.
Ariange has the right of it. Whatever this alteration in the Dragon Star portends, the Great Worm has shown no sign of life. Tataru, have the Domans reported aught out of the ordinary?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but if Midgard-Soma had roared, wouldn't we have heard it here in Revenant's Toll?
Roar is but a figure of speech. Dravanians can communicate in ways beyond our ken. It is for this very reason that we are forced to look for signs in the heavens. We cannot say with any confidence that a great worm roared at all, much less that it was Midgard-Soma. Only by directly examining the Keeper of the Lake can we be certain. However, it will take too long to gain the Holy See's approval to dispatch the Temple Knights.
And so you want me to go look at it, okay.
Therefore, Sir Emric would entrust this task to you. Do you accept?
Yeah, sure, I'll go look at a dead dragon.
We knew you would not disappoint us. Now, if you would excuse me, I must return and assist the Lord Commander. We have precious little time to prepare.
To prepare for what, pray tell?
When a great worm roars, his brethren cannot choose but answer. We prepare for battle.
Fun. Forgive me if I state aught which you already know, but I would ensure that you understand the nature of your destination. As Ariange stated, what we now call the Keeper of the Lake is the wreckage of the Agrius, a former flagship of the Imperial fleet, and the corpse of the Wyrm responsible for its destruction. 15 years ago, as the next step in his campaign to subjugate Eorzea, Geisman Baelsar attempted to seize control of Mordona. So massive was his force that all thought his victory a foregone conclusion. But an unlikely ally came to Eorzea's aid that day. Midgard Solmer, legendary guardian of the Silvertear Falls, burst forth from beneath the waters of the lake and led a host of dragons against the Garlean airships overhead. In what would later become known as the Battle of Silvertear Skies, the Great Wyrm felled countless airships before engaging the Agrias. In the ensuing struggle, the flagship Cerulean engines failed and it tumbled into the lake below. Yet this victory came at a great cost, for the explosion which followed claimed the life of the Great Wyrm as well. That same explosion transformed Silvertear Falls into the desolate wasteland it is today, draining the lake of its waters and crystallizing aether from realms around. Yet a remnant of the lake remains, and at its center a constant reminder of that fateful day long ago. In accordance with Sir Amaric's wishes, our Dolmen allies have been standing watch over the Keeper of the Lake. It would be wise to speak with them before investigating the wreckage yourself. Be careful, my friend. We know not what dangers await you within. Now then, let us not neglect our own tasks. There is much to be done and precious little time to do it. Before I depart, I must need to speak with the antecedent in private, if you would be so kind. Yeah, hang on. Midgard Solmer was once worshipped as the guardian deity of Silvertear Falls, yet there he has lain for 15 years. Everyone seems to be where they were before, so we'll just go. Alright, let's go. Oh my god, the sky's actually clear. You can look at it. It's a miracle. The weather's actually good. Because my luck with weather in this game has been real bad. I picked up the streamer luck, misfortune, whatever, curse. Your luck, miss. I was about to send word to Revenant's Toll about the Garleans. Of late, I've seen small airships, likely from Castrum Sentry, come and go from the Keeper of the Lake, though I cannot say for certain at this distance. I believe they may be salvaging something from within the wreckage. The Castrum supply lines have been cut for some time, and I'd wager they're desperately in need of spare parts and other equipment. Well, that's why I'm here, to look out for the inspect, because dragons. So it's true then. The Asgardians honestly fear that the Wyrm might rise again? Well, from here that seems rather unlikely, but if it's assurances they want, you've no choice but to inspect the corpse in its entirety. Easier said than done, given the creatures which inhabit the wreckage, and the aforementioned Garleans who won't take kindly to your presence. They're sure to fire upon an airship, so I'd advise a more stealthy approach up the weather is turning as we speak. Take this boat and a few of your comrades to the base of the Agrias, then climb to the top. That's the only viable approach, I'd say. Yeah, it heard me. It was like, oh, you want to look at the wreckage? Fuck you. How dare you? Get purpled. Anyway, where the hell is Keeper of the Lake? There it is. Keeper of the Lake. 15 years ago, in the skies above Silvertear Falls, the invading forces of the 14th Legion were set upon a host of dragons. Leading the charge was Midgard Solmer, legendary king of kings, who engaged the Garlean flagship, the Agrias, in battle. In the end, both Midgard Solmer and his foe fell to the earth, their entangled remnants stand as a memorial to that day. A ruined airship and the charred corpse of the Wyrm Lord who brought it low, forever devoid of life. It was like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were streaming. Fogs up. God damn it. Lance, why are you still a... Why aren't you a warrior, white mage, and black mage? Why are you still the basic classes and not the proper jobs? Weirdos. Let's go! First up, we gotta fight some crabs. Crabs are aggressive. And the path... Excuse me, the path breaks down and we can continue. I can handle this, right? I believe. I'm bringing more enemies in the fold, okay? Okay. I feel like I may be teaching some bad habits. Typically, you don't do that. The tank and the healer are the ones who decide the pace. If you're a DPS, you need to go with what they do. Especially the tank. It's like the tank will determine how fast they go, but the tank does also need to keep in mind like what the healer's skill set is, so that they don't pull like too big and make the healer's job more difficult than what they're comfortable with. Hi Frog, can you fuck off? Or you can just do what most tanks do and just pull wall to wall, and then when you die because you pulled too big for the healer, you go, why didn't you heal me? You can also do that. Yeah, because I'm with NPCs, I'm, you know, dictating the speed. You generally don't want to be doing that. Alright, Ironhander. Which I think is one-hander? Okay. So eventually he's going to, you know, summon some friends who will drop canisters. This Lino will hit these two and cause them to explode, so you want to get away from them. And then those explosions will cause these ones to explode, and so you want to move to where the first canisters were, because that's now the safe spot. Tank buster. If you're a tank, put a mitigation up. If you're a healer that has a shield, put a shield on the tank. And now we're doing the same thing. Except now there's also proximity bomb that we need to be careful of. And all the canisters are also going to go off at once. I believe that is all we will see before this guy dies. Yep. Alright, here's the Garleans that the guy mentioned. God, I wish NPCs used their AoE attacks. But they do not. There we go. The last enemy you defeat, or maybe it's always this big guy, I don't know. Either way, one of them will, an enemy will eventually drop a key. Why are you on the terminal screen? Get off, you're already tall. And you need that key to disable the barrier to keep going. And then we have more enemies. But most importantly, we need to destroy this Magitech field inductor. Can you not hit me? Can you go fight the tank? Thank you. Which will release this guy, and then this guy, I believe. Oh yeah, it'll also get rid of the force field that was blocking this path. And hey, did you miss the alarm from Castra Meridianum? Because it's back. Please enjoy. This weird alarm that sometimes sounds like it's saying heal me or kill me. Don't touch me. God, it sucks the alarm lasts for so long, because this is a pretty song, but it's ruined by the fucking wah-wah. Thank you for not standing on the terminal this time, bud. Alright, Magitech gunship. Flamethrower, I believe, is also a persistent AoE, so once you dodge it, if you're the tank and you dodge it, you need to stay out of it. You can't just immediately go back in. Now it's going to travel in a very straight lines, bouncing back and forth, kind of like a DVD screensaver, dropping flame puddles. Summon a bunch of ads. Good. Fuck you. I wasn't in that. I wasn't in that. And that's kind of the fight. Is just don't be in front of the gunship and you're good. And also take care of the ads. Single target. And let's keep making our way up. Oh, there are some dragons down here. Baby dragons, but dragons nonetheless. Okay, I'm gonna bring more in. You guys okay? Surely you guys are okay. Yeah, see, y'all are fine. And then that'll open up the way. And then we have enemies here, and there's more up there. Grab these guys for now. And last couple of enemies. Let's go. Hey bud. Hey bud. Hey Tank, can you do your job? Thank you. Sorry, Garuda, you're gonna get wasted.
Who treadeth now upon my bones, and waketh me from slumber sweet? Remember, mortal, and fear me.
Want to go fight a dragon ghost? Let's go fight a dragon ghost. Come, thou shalt be weighed in the balances. Whoop, that's a big... I don't know why his danger puddles look like that, but sometimes they just do. Alright, Phantom Kin, he's gonna summon some other fake dragons. They're gonna be pointed in certain directions. You wanna just not be where they are facing. Because they will have two big line AoEs! Like in the direction that their little arrow thing is. You don't wanna be there. Actually want to be in the middle? Yes. Yes, we do. Ow. That... How bold thy defiance. Yet full of fear is thy heart. At phase... more ghost dragons. Also, big fire AoEs, they are going to be staggered. So basically just wait at the edge of one and then move into where one used to be when it goes off. Hearken to me, mortal, and thou shalt know I am thy lord. So thou art gifted. Akmorn, this is our first multi-hit stack. We need to group together to share the damage, but then we need to stay grouped together to continue sharing the damage. This is just more danger puddles. The staggered fire AoEs again. There's the tank buster. Breaks up, I'm using it. Come on, Midgard Summer, go down! There we go. My brownie, your house smells like brownies? Hell yeah. They have to cool, but you will shove them into the internet later. Yay! That was Midgard Stormer's ghost.
By her gifts hast thou earned a moment's reprieve. Speak, mortal, and I shall listen.
Are you gonna start a war again? The Ishgardians are scared.
By a star. My people have heard the song. Ishgard shall burn. Sons must answer for their father's misdeeds.
But why?
We do not forget. We do not forgive. 7 children did I sire. One now singeth of retribution. I rise to join in the chorus. Thou art powerless to silence us, mortal. Yet thou shalt not live to labor in vain. Thy reprieve is at an end. Trickery is thy shield. This frail, ignoble creature is not gifted, but chosen. Hearken to me, Hydaelyn. I remember, and I consent. Fear not, mortal. I shall not harm thee.
Then why are you shooting a laser into my chest? What are you doing to my Jolly Ranchers? What are you doing to my Jolly Ranchers? You're sucking all the flavor out of them. Stop!
Mayhap thou thinkest me an oath-breaker. Thou art mistaken. If thou comest to harm, it shall be by another's hand, not mine. I did but strip thee of thy mistress's feeble blessing.
Turning them into mystery flavors.
Thou didst profit much by her grace, but no more. The covenant binds me to thee. I shall watch, listen, and wait. Fight and struggle, if it be thy will. Man hath ever coveted that which lieth beyond his grasp. I drink of her body, and thence doth mine own find new life. When it hath grown whole, the loyal and penitent shall reap song heraldeth a beginning and an end.
You may summon Midgard somewhere by selecting the corresponding entry within your minion guide under the character in the main menu. So yeah, this I believe is one of the first, if not only, story required minions. Where the fuck is he? I have so many minions. Where is he? Midi, where did you go? Midi, where the fuck are you? Nope. Where are you, Midgard Sarma? There you are. Okay, I did have you favorited. I just didn't see. And now you can have this fucked up homunculus following you around. That's cool. And I believe if I beckon, where is beckon? Can you not? Maybe not. I want to say he can sit on your shoulder, but I don't remember how to make him do that. Or if it's just random. You're just gonna be a cat and like walk away from me? Okay, bud. I'll fucking dare you. I'm gonna take a picture of you. You can also pet him. I was beginning to fear the worst. Were those explosions I saw? But you shouldn't waste time talking with me. Alphino left a message stating that you were to return to the Rising Stones at once. Yeah, janky pet animations. Just as bad as Fallout 76. Well, I mean, because you're supposed to be able to pet multiple different things, they kind of did the, like, quick and dirty thing of, like, there's a node in your character's hand, and then there's, like, a node in whatever object that, like, can be petted, and if you have that thing targeted, the hand will go, like, the node in the hand will go to the node on the to-be-pet object, and then just go. Have you spoken with Commander Levier yet? He has begun pacing again. Of course he has. Oh, 12, Sammy isn't coming? What should we do? Oh, he's not? If you don't come, the homunculus then now gets to follow me around. No. That lady knight from Ishgard cuts quite a gallant figure, doesn't she? Hell yeah, she does. Shoot your shot, Flamin, I believe. Considering the sudden arrival of foreign envoys and the like, preparing suitable meals at the Rising Stones can prove to be an interesting challenge. Though it may seem tedious when compared to the smiting of terrible foes, poring over crumbling scrolls is one of Ascient's most important duties. Without the illumination of knowledge, we but vainly flail at specters in the dark. We were able to locate those elusive manuscripts in the archives of the Thaumaturges Guild. I had not spoken much with the new guild masters, but thankfully they were quite willing to accommodate us in our search. In hindsight, mayhaps sending a lady in my stead was not the wisest of decisions. Pray ignore my ramblings. What have you done? I traveled to Udad to meet with Thancred's friend, the one who promised us that rare ore. She began cursing me with words I had only ever heard from the mouths of pirates. I still have no idea what she was so angry about. Oh god, Thancred, are you playing games with women? I swear to fucking god. I'm pushing ahead with my research as quickly as I dare. The next time you face an Ascian, I would have you fight with the proper weapon in hand. Hey, Em! Welcome, welcome! Must confess, the relationship between those crystals formations and the destruction of the Ascians quite escapes me. Professor Lambertant has published a thorough study on corrupted crystals and their properties. I highly recommend you procure yourself a copy of this work. God, you are so small. I know I am tall, but you are so small, Alphino. Welcome home, Frelona. Alphino was worried sick about you. Why don't you go and set his mind at ease? Truth interpreted is truth transformed. Today's heroes may yet become tomorrow's gods. Or something else. Praise the 12 that you are hale and whole. I came as soon as Minfilia informed me of Sir Amaric's request. You have completed your investigation of Keeper of the Lake, then, I take it? Then I would hear your report. There were Garleans in there. I had to fight a big-ass dragon ghost who then shot me with a laser beam and stole my Jolly Ranchers. You conversed with Midgard Solmer. I swear, were anyone to make such a claim, I would regard it with considerable skepticism. What? Yeah, don't worry about it. The Ishgard was worried that the, King of Dragons, who died 15 years ago, was going to, resurrect, so they sent me to go investigate its corpse. I then fought its dragon ghost. And then we talked a bunch, and then the dragon shot a laser beam at me, stole my colorful crystals, which I was calling Jolly Ranchers, and then was just like, alright, let's see what you can do. Also, I feel like I should mention, that part is actually mistranslated a little bit, and makes it really unclear on what Midgard Solmer did to us. We do still have the Echo. We still have that blessing. What Midgard Solmer did is... Oh, I see. Does not see. Just like that one Pop Team Epic, panel. Like, yes, I understand. Does not understand anything. It is a little unclear what Midgard Solmer actually, did to us. We do still have the Echo. That is not something he took from us. It is, accepted that what he did do from us, or did do to us, rather, is, for anyone who remembered me beating base a Realm Reborn and going through, the Praetorium and fighting Gaius and the Ultima weapon and stuff, especially the Ultima weapon fight, do you remember how, Hydaelyn, came in and, shielded us and then, gave us, the limit break so that we can kill Ultima weapon and then also, resurrected us when we fought La Habrea? It is commonly accepted, or at least thought, that Midgard Solmer severed that ability. That Hydaelyn can no longer directly interfere or, help us, rather. Not that she seemed to be doing so anyway, because we haven't heard from her since. But It's unclear what Midgardstormer did, and that's just what we kind of think he did. Are we to understand that the Wormlord did not perish and has in sooth lain dormant these past 15 years? Less a resurrection and more of a rejuvenation for he who dwelleth in eternity, years passing as moments. Though his words were ambiguous at times, one statement left little room for interpretation. My people have heard the song, Ishgard shall burn. Clearly, an attack is imminent. We must share this information with Sir Aymeric immediately. However, we dare not divulge your conversation with Midgardstormer in its entirety. To even acknowledge that you have heard the voice of a Dravanian is a great but necessary risk. Lest we forget, men have been executed as heretics for declaring as such. For your own protection, and for the sake of our tenuous relations with Ishgard, the truth cannot leave this room. As for how we shall present our revelation to Aymeric's emissary, you may leave to me. Pray, remain here for now. Is there something you're not telling us, Fernlona? You seem different somehow. 'Tis almost as if you are missing something. Something important. Midgardstormer took my Jolly Ranchers! 12 for Fend! Midgardstormer stripped you of the blessing of light? Are you alright? How do you feel? Okay, I guess. I see. It is a relief to hear that you are otherwise unharmed. Baker's belief that any being could possess the power to deprive you of her blessing. Midgardstormer made mention of a covenant, did he not? One of the ancient myths regarding the Silvertear Falls states that when the waters came into existence, so too did the Great Wyrm. Althic Anemia, Brother Time and Sister Fate, decreed that Midgardstormer will ever watch over the source from which all water and magic was said to flow. I wonder, what if this was the covenant of which he spoke, and 'twas not the gods who he treated, but Heidelin herself? If he is watching over you as he claimed, mayhap you'll have an opportunity to ask. Let us keep this matter to ourselves. I do not wish to burden our friends needlessly. Thou art a pawn, or master of thy fate? What hast thou wrought by thine own hands, mortal? Okay, bye. Freaking weirdo.
My friend, I can scarce believe it. You confronted the Wormlord and lived to tell the tale. I give thanks to Helone for your preservation. It is our sole cause for gladness. Your encounter with the Keeper of the Lake served to confirm our fears. A great worm has roared, and it makes little difference if it was one of the two in Eorzea or any other. The Dravanians are coming.
I am told that Ishgard has magical defenses against Dravanian attack, though I am not privy to their exact nature. Will they be enough to repel a massive force?
Ishgard has weathered countless assaults over centuries. This will be no different. And now that you have confirmed the threat, none can ignore the Lord Commander's calls for the wards to be strengthened. I dare not presume to speak for him, but I expect the Lord Commander would sing your praises.
He probably would.
I must away, but we shall meet again soon.
Countless assaults weathered, and this will be no different? Why am I not convinced?
The Ishgardians have warred with the Dravanians for centuries, nay, nearly 1,000 years. In all that time, not once have their enemies breached their defenses and entered the city proper. Yet, regardless of how strong these magical wards may be, I nevertheless fear that the Ishgardians are underestimating the gravity of the situation. Though it was not Midgardsormr who roared, a call to arms by one of the First Brood cannot be ignored. Until such time as they choose to request our aid, however, we can do naught but observe the situation at a distance, and pray that our fears are unfounded. Spots. Aether on demand. Alphino has a message for Moonbrita and the Scions. Ere I forget, I believe Moonbrita has requested a gathering of the Scions. I assume there's been some progress concerning their efforts to combat the Ascians. Pray inform her that our business with the Ishgardians is concluded for the moment, and I shall be along once I've completed my communications with the Crystal Braves. Hey, Moon, are you good? All done with your talk of dragons? Wonderful, because the Ascians are next on the menu. Let's head into the Solar, shall we?
Now that everything's calmed down a bit, relatively speaking I mean, I thought it might be a good time to share our progress on the weapon. I believe we're on the verge of a breakthrough.
Well, don't keep us all in suspense.
Just in case anyone's forgotten, let's start by reviewing what we already know. So, an Ascian is an immortal because its soul doesn't return to the ethereal realm when its host is defeated. Instead, it flees to the place that lies between our world and the void.
The PowerPoint is back!
Therefore, the first step to permanently defeating an Ascian is preventing its soul from making this journey. And if you recall, when we last gathered here, I had verified that white auracite has adequate capacity to entrap the beings, albeit only briefly.
Which left the small matter of their extermination.
Aye. To unmake an Ascian soul, one must needs smite it with a concentrated burst, or blade, of purest ether. However, we wanted for both the data and the means to forge such a weapon.
Short of experimenting on an actual Ascian, you see, there's no way to gauge how much ether its soul is made of. As such, we don't know what etheric density our blade needs to have in order for it to work.
So we'll just have to make the densest blade we can and hope for the best. Though that would require a lot of ether. Hang on a minute! Why didn't we think of this before? White auracite can hold an absolute heap of ether, can't it?
Please tell me you're joking. God's sakes, Ida. I feel as though I'm reliving the same scene over and over with you. How many times do you need to be told that white auracite cannot store ether for long periods? Being intangible matter, ether is given to dispersion. Only in its crystallized form is it a stable source of energy. I will test you later on this, so see to it you do not forget.
Oh fuck, it's gonna be on the test.
Right, yes. It's all coming back to me.
So our hopes rest on good old crystals again, do they? While they are certainly reliable, they leave something to be desired in the area of portability.
Indeed. I am reminded of the quantity of corrupted crystals required to thwart Leviathan, and the extraordinary lengths to which the Lamentsons went to transport them. What if it should prove that a similar quantity was needed to destroy an Ascian's soul? Or still more?
I do not envy the poor sod who has to lug all of that around on the off chance that an Ascian appears.
That's the very problem we set out to solve. And I reckon we've found the answer. If it isn't practical to lug around the ether we need, we'll just have to draw upon another source. And the only viable source is the land.
If you mean to tap the great river of ether, know that it will entail considerable risk. Meddling with the currents may well induce a surge like to the one which despoiled Mordona.
Give me a bit more credit, will you? Why would we need to tap the river when there are veritable reservoirs jutting out all over the land? I speak of corrupted crystals. It might be that their aspect is out of balance, but a crystal's a crystal. It contains ether, and we can help ourselves to it.
While corrupted crystals are indeed abundant, there is no guarantee that they will be in close proximity at a crucial moment.
But what if we don't need them to be? What if we could tap their power from afar? A malm away, say? If we could do that, we'd have ready access to ether aplenty in almost every corner of Eorzea. I've yet to put my theories to the proof, but I've got a good feeling about this. If no one has any objections, I'd like to see where this avenue leads.
If you think it worth your while, you have my blessing. But tell us, what are your theories? I, for one, am most eager to understand the process, however vaguely.
I thought you might say that, but no one wants to listen to boring old theories all day, do they? I know I don't. So, with your permission, I'd like to try something a bit more hands-on. I've already built an etheric siphon especially for this purpose, and I've been meaning to try it out.
Fernanda loves learning.
Thing is, the profusion of corrupted crystals in Mordona makes it something of a high-risk testing ground. If anything goes awry with the siphon, it would be better if it didn't happen within spitting distance of quite so much ether. Ideally, I need an isolated specimen. Does anyone know where I can find one?
May I suggest northern Thanalan? There you will find corrupted crystals of middling size, standing a reasonable distance apart. Ideal for your needs, I should have thought. Oh, and if you do elect to visit the place, I should be much obliged if you would assist me in another matter while you are in the area.
Has something happened?
Movement has been observed at Castrum Meridianum. During Operation Archon, the Alliance dealt the stronghold a heavy blow. Its facilities were extensively damaged, and its garrison reduced to a fraction of its former strength. Not long after our forces withdrew, however, their ranks were replenished by reinforcements from Castrum's sentry. They now seek to rebuild, and to this end they have their sights set upon the ceruleum processing plant. Having lost the Empire's support, the 14th Legion lacks the resources to sustain itself. To them, this is a bid for survival, and they will doubtless fight like desperate men. Though I have dispatched the Crystal Braves, I fear their strength alone may not suffice to stay the Imperial assault. I would request the Scion's aid in the defensive effort.
If I didn't know better, I'd say you were trying to inveigle us into fighting your battle with the promise of shiny crystals.
Thank you, random notification about my free company. Thank you.
Well then, consider me inveigled. I won't lie, the crystals you speak of sound perfect, so the Garleans have to go.
Free companies, for those who don't know, are basically like your guilds, like the player-run stuff.
Besides, We can't afford to beat about the bush. There's no telling when the Arsians will next appear.
Thine eagerness to hurl thyself into the jaws of danger cometh as little surprise. Exercise due caution, I prithee.
Though you have become a crystal brave, you are yet a scion, Alfino. We could hardly refuse you. Pray, join the Crystal Braves and lend them your support. Thangred and Papalymo shall accompany you. Ida and Yashtola, in the meantime I would have you assist Moonbreeder. Scout out the crystal clusters, that the testing may commence as soon as the Garlean threat has been eliminated.
Wow, you're actually separating Papalymo and Yida. Look at that.
If it please you, I shall continue mine own experiments on white orosite.
Thank you, Arianger. Everyone, pray see to your preparations and depart as soon as you are able. Go well, and be safe.
Also, other than that one little flicker, I have not noticed the weird pixels, so that was most likely the reshade, or at the very least the reshade makes it worse. Which is unfortunate, because I like having the colors pop. Like, look at that. I like having the colors pop. But if it doesn't, but if it means there's no weird pixels and flickering, then I will just have to do without. I'll just have to remember to turn it off every time. Though I have little doubt you will prevail against the Empire's forces, I pray for your success nonetheless. Our very future may depend on Moonbreeder being free to pursue her experiments. Oh, everyone's moved. For a small organization, we certainly chew through a prodigious amount of foodstuffs. Perhaps I should put a lock on the larder door? We do seem to be running low on provisions. I believe an excursion to the marketplace is in order. I see that the Scions once more make ready themselves for the road. I too must make preparations for an absence from the Rising Stones. Why? Where are you going? It seems you barely arrived before you must once more plunge into the fray. Duty is an unforgiving mistress, eh? Though the tasks we tackle are not like to be worm-shaking, Coltonay and I must also heed her call. Hori was most eager to join you on the front lines of battle, but as fate would have it, the antecedent has other plans for her talents. I guess you guys are escorting Flamen somewhere. And everywhere else seems to be empty. It would seem that events have once more conspired to rob us of rest and recuperation. Though I would wish it otherwise, I must ask that you head straight away to the processing plant. The Fourth have already deployed to the area and await the arrival of the Scions. Wilward will brief you on the developing situation. Meanwhile, I must rendezvous with Captain Ilbert at our headquarters in Ul'dah. I shall take command of our forces there with a lighter heart, knowing that you will go support the front lines. Your duties take you to northern Thanalan, do they not? We too must say our farewells to the Rising Stones for a time. Flamen travels to Ul'dah, and we shall serve as their escort. At my daughter's behest, I go to contact certain old acquaintances in the Gilded City. We are beset on all sides by civil unrest and imperial machinations, threatened by primals and troubled by dragons. We need all the allies we can muster. Many of my friends hold positions of power, you see, and it's my hope that they can be convinced to aid the Scion's cause. If past events have taught us anything, then we know that Eorzea must present a united front or we shall all fall. How extraordinary that my little Acilia is involved in such far-reaching affairs. I am proud that I might now stand by her side not only as a mother, but also as a colleague. A colleague with influential connections. But I fear that Old Za has become a place of danger for even one so familiar with her streets. Woe betide the blackguard that so much as glares in your direction, my lady. I will be well protected, it seems. Shall we be on our way, then? All right, to the processing plant. I forgot I brought out Midgard Stormer, and when I just saw him flying by my screen, I got jump scared. I was like, what the hell is that? Well, Red, where are you? There you are. Commander Levier sent word that you'd be coming. A veteran of your talents is most welcome. Not that I don't think we can handle the situation, mind you. I've learned a trick or two since our disaster with the Amalja. But returning to the task at hand. The Flames reconnaissance scouts have reported Imperial soldiers assembling at Reborn's push. Such a force is likely interested in only one thing: gathering their hands on the resources found here at the processing plant. The Guardians could be marching on us at any time. Pray, speak with Lieutenant Edelstein that we might coordinate our counter strategy. In the meantime, I'll inform the others that you have arrived. Doubt it'll be welcome tidings. Or no doubt it'll be welcome tidings. How nice of the game to move me over 10 feet so that I can just talk to this guy. Captain Wismalquin, my soldiers yet tell tales of your deeds during Operation Archon. Would that we could sit a while and reminisce about old times, but I fear more pressing matters require our attention. The civilian draughtsmen, you see, have come across several highly suspicious crates within the boundaries of the processing plant. I had my sappers take a closer look, and our worst fears were confirmed. These boxes contain powerful explosive devices of Imperial design no less. By my order, the Flame stationed here are conducting a thorough sweep of the compound as we speak. Though it troubles me that we are unable to apprehend the Imperial spy behind this, I have faith that our men were able to neutralize the threat for now. In the meantime, our scouts bring troubling news on the latest movements of the Imperial Army. We would once again ask for your aid. On the counter-defensive, Lieutenant Edelstein wishes to share a report with you concerning the Garlean's movements. We're keeping a close eye on that Garlean garrison, and it would seem the Imperials have finally begun to mobilize. According to the reconnaissance report that just came in, the squad seen leaving the castrum are too few in number to effectively take and hold our position. They will likely mount a swift assault and focus on the acquisition of resources. I have, of course, also shared this report with the Crystal Braves. They've decided to take to the field to meet this assault head-on. I have apprised your fellow scions of the situation, and I am heartened to know that they will be joining the effort. Pray, report to Lieutenant Alian and let your much welcome strength of the counteroffensive. There you all are. Be it a squad of soldiers or some magic monstrosity, I shall allow no foe to harm the lovely Moonbrita. Considering the weapon she wields, I don't believe the lady is in need of any additional protection. Isn't it a beauty? A lady's merchant in Revenant Soul simply gave it to me. Said she was investing in the future or some such. That sure is an axe. Hey, there we go. See, look. Minnie's on her shoulder. Look at him. This is what I was trying to do. I just couldn't make him do it. I had to wait for him to feel like being on her shoulder. I love our cute little fucked up dragon homunculus, who's also part cat for some reason. Have you ever seen Moonbrita swing her axe? Swipe, slice, cleave! There's really no stopping her. Now that is an impressive piece of steel. Alright then, time to see if all this training has paid off. Roger, guard my blade. Glad to have you with us, Brunlona. As I'm sure Lieutenant Edelstein has explained, the Guardians have deployed a small force from Castrum Meridianum. The main column assembles to the north near Dalamud's Talons, but we've also spied several squads attempting to conceal themselves on the approach to the west. They wish you to rush forth and commit to battle with the main column, leaving the detached force free to raid the plant and pillage the supplies. Not much of a strategy, but these are desperate men. Captain Ilbert! Greetings, Scions. I understand the commander bid you and your fellows lend aid to the Braves. With such a mighty heroes at disposal, the Fourth should have little trouble contending with aught the Garleans might throw at them. But even you cannot be everywhere at once. The Third was getting restless holed up in Alda, so I marched them out here to fill any holes in the plant's defenses and add their numbers to your counterattack. Reinforcements are always welcome. We have enough soldiers now to divide our own forces and safely engage the enemy far beyond the walls. It would be best to avoid staging a battle anywhere near this much ceruleum. Let's take this fight to the Garleans. A wise course indeed. I shudder to think the consequences should any of these storage tanks be exposed to fire. If there are no objections, the Scions shall join the Fourth and give battle to this main column. You're at the Third then, Warrior Light. Your job will be to intercept these squads hiding out in the west and prevent them from reaching the processing plant. When you're ready to proceed, report to Lieutenant Yuhase. His scouts should have a rough idea of where the Imperials have concealed themselves by now. And away we go. Pleasure to be fighting at your side once more, Scion. Our operations invariably succeed when you're around, and victories are wont to pave the way to greater coin. Now, this detached force we've been sent to eliminate has split into smaller squads. Better to conceal themselves within the terrain hereabouts, I imagine. We'll need to split ourselves up as well as cover more ground and make sure we root out all these would-be raiders. And, seeing as you're an army unto yourself, I've assigned you your own areas to scour clean of enemy soldiers. This will be a simple search and destroy. We'll rendezvous back here when the task is done. Happy hunting, Scion! Alrighty then, where are these Garleans? Goodbye. Alright, next squad? Easy peasy. You seem grim, Scion. I take that to mean that between us, more than a few Garleans won't be making it back to the castrum. These Imperials, though, they've certainly made us earn our pay. I would be a happy man if I never had to tussle with another one of those magic horrors. It is time we bid this war-torn land farewell. I will contact the 4th and let Lieutenant Elegant know that the west is now clear. I would appreciate it if you would do the same when you report to Lieutenant Edelstein. Alright, simple enough mission. Especially with the power of being 50 levels higher than the target. Captain Wisfalquin, what news of the Garleans? The raiding parties are no more then? Excellent. The Amagina engineers will be most relieved to hear that the plane is no longer in any immediate danger. Thank you again for your assistance. An uninvited Asian. Lieutenant Edelstein appears concerned for Moonbreda's well-being. You must be anxious for word of your fellows. Lieutenant Elegant has reported a sound victory over at the main column and informed me that the Scions have already turned their attention to other duties. All but one, that is. The Rogadin lady with the large axe. It would appear she has chosen to remain at the site of the battle. I don't know what task keeps her from returning to civilization, but Northern Thailand is no place to wander alone, even for a capable sort such as her. I would certainly feel better about things if you could check in on her before you continue on your way. Rita, what are you doing? What you doing, girl?
Hold on, I won't be a second.
So I think I am seeing the weird pixels.
The beast seemed peckish, so I gave it a taste of my axe.
Which is unfortunate. It does happen less without the reshape, but it is still happening, and I'm just like, why?
I know. As Urianger never tires of reminding me. An axe ill becometh the hand of a scholar. What can I say? I like axes. To hear my mother tell it, I came into this world holding one. And it's not as if it stopped me picking up a quill, is it? I often think of the man who introduced me to the joys of learning. He's one of the reasons I decided to come to Eorzea. Him and my excruciatingly stiff childhood friend. Considering how unalike we are, it's a wonder we ever got on. The world's a strange old place, isn't it? Aye, that ought to do it. So far, so good. At these concentrations, it shouldn't matter too much if something goes awry. Just enough ether to make it interesting. Did you see that? The way the crystal glowed? The siphon works, I'm happy to say. With a few refinements, it should satisfy our appetite for ether, which just leaves the small matter of forging our blade. I'm not sure how to go about it just yet, but I swear to find a way. I'll put a blade in your hands if it's the last thing I do.
Don't talk like that.
She senses me. A useful talent.
Hanassian, are they onto us?
By your brand, I see you are an Archon of Sharlayan, keeper of knowledge, seeker of truth. Meddler.
I don't know what the hell's you're saying, but I don't much like your tone.
Your instincts serve you well. But come, be not unsettled on my account. That lovely brow was not made for frowns. But I waste my breath. Let me direct my words to one who understands them. We meet at last, warrior of light. I am Nabriales. And you have long been a thorn in my side. I suffered the overweening presence of La Habrea that men might host the power of gods, only for you to undo my hard work.
Oh, bugger.
Do settle down. You must concede that I acted in self-defense. But what's this? I do not sense the blessing of light. Oh, dear. Could it be that frail Hydaelyn has forgotten her champion? This I did not foresee.
It's not my fault my Jolly Ranchers got stolen!
You are no longer a threat. And better yet, the seal is broken. Now is the time to claim the staff. With it in my grasp, I shall rise above them all and take my place at Lord Zodiac's right hand.
What did that bastard want with us? Nobrialis, he calls himself. With charm like that, I'll bet he has maidens falling at his feet, unconscious. But this staff, you say just talking about it had the bastard grinning like a brat on his name day. Must be quite a staff. Oh, gods. He means Tupsimati, Master Louis Soir's staff. Minfilia's in danger. We have to get back to the Rising Stones.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. If I'm right, that Estian is after Tupsimati, then we best make all haste back to the Rising Stones. Minfilia must be warned. I'm going! I'm going as fast as I can! You're here. Master Louis Soir's staff is kept in the cellar, isn't it? Quickly now.
You two.
I thought she was holding a gun for a second. I was like, God damn, Minfilia.
So, you were able to divine my intent. What now, warrior of light? Ah, but that name is no longer fitting. You have become decidedly dull, and quite incapable of barring my entry.
I want to see Minfilia with a gun now.
What do you mean?
You truly do not know? Then I suppose it is only right that I enlighten you. The blessing of light kept you and your fellow meddlers safe. It was that which prevented my kind from entering your domain. My kind, I say, though it had no power over the likes of Elidibus and La Habrea. Being of this world, they could come and go as they please, while I could only look on. But I need look no longer. Now that the seal is gone, I mean to act. Unlike the others, I am not given to waiting. I shall take that staff and bring about the next rejoining.
Rejoining? Then it was your doing. The Isle of Val, the scholars, all of it.
You will not harm her!
Moon Breeder!
Why must you insist on forcing my hand? Did you learn nothing from our last meeting? Ah, but I forget. My words fall upon deaf ears.
The staff is but a broken relic, a memorial to the departed. What possible use could you have for it?
What use? You mean to say that all this time you kept the key, never knowing what it was you possessed? The staff Tupsimati, or rather the stone tablet it bears, is host to a great power. Together with the horn, it can be used to draw vast quantities of ether from its bearer's surroundings. How else do you think Louis Soir was able to invoke the power of the 12 without making them an offering of crystals? Summoning requires not only prayer, but a profusion of ether. Even a child knows that.
If I did not know before, you may be certain I do now. But above all, I know that we cannot allow this staff to fall into your hands. I will die before I let you take it.
Don't talk like that!
Insufferable woman. I would happily end your miserable life here and now. Alas, Elidibus would never let me hear the end of it. Very well. If you will not part with the staff, I will take you too.
The void has claimed her! Hey, are you alright?
After them! Quickly! Before the rift closes!
The Crystallis is now accessible. Alright. That's not being veneer gear. Where the fuck? There it is. There we go. Alright. Where is the Chrysalis? There you are. The Chrysalis, a ruthless Asian known as Nabriales, has intruded upon the sanctum of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, spiriting away both the antecedent and the powerful relic she refuses to yield. Pursue the Paragon through the interdimensional rift and prize Menphilia and Tupsimati from his tenebrious grasp. Moonbreeder's just fucking collapsed on the ground here. Forget about me. Go. I would love to. I need to wait for 7 people to join me, though. Because there's no way to do this with NPCs, unfortunately. Best I can do is just sit here and look at you as we wait. What to do? What to do? You You know, I know it's like because I'm also doing this in like New Game Plus and like, you know, well after all these quests were added in like the patches, so there's not a lot of like downtime in between. But I do imagine that Forlona would have been like helping with all the like theories and research and stuff because she's smart. She loves learning. She's a genius at magic. And like I understand that like for like purposes and like stuff, the game kind of just has to treat the warrior light as just like a... We explain things to you so that the player knows how, like, you know, like everything would go. And we're also just kind of treat you like a weapon and that you're just going to be more, brawn than anything else. But I'm like, Forlona here is most definitely both. The only thing holding her back is that she's never gone to like an official, like, actual school, except for maybe when she was like a kid. She never went to the big old Charlian college that most of the other Scions went to. If her life were ever so slightly different, she probably would have, but not here. Man, I forget how much a lot of the early gear just removes your boobs. Why do I have bigger boobs on the fucking hoodie than I do in like this? 90s windbreaker, yeah! You know, normally I hate clipping on like masks, and that's why I don't like let Forlona wear a lot of masks. That actually doesn't look too terrible. Bigger boobs in the fucking armor than I do in that one jacket. What the hell? Okay, this one's a little hard to tell, although there's definitely more of a shape for it. Don't worry about what the fuck all these outfits are. You don't have to worry about that. Look at my tank gear instead. I love it. I love this outfit. It's very good. Cool. Cool, something I own went for sale. And I saw the weird pixels. Fuck, it still happens even though reshade is off. I don't know what causes them. I'm going to lose my fucking mind. Does the weird music still play out here? Yes, it does. I like how the one time... There we go. Fucking complain and it shall happen. Let's go. It's how it always be. Come on, you tank. Accept. Accept! There we go. Oh hey, we're in their cool meeting room, because they finally upgraded from the cellar. I should not toy with you, as does La Brea. Witness the terrible might of a true servant of the Zodiac. There we go. Writhing powers of ruination from the deepest pits of the abyss, I summon thee! So there's going to be two types of orbs that come running in. These red ones and then these like weird scaled ones. You ideally want to alternate which ones you're hit by. So because if you get hit by the red ones a bunch, you get magic vulnerability stacks. And if you hit the scaled ones, you get fizz. You get like physical damage. Ow, fuck you. Insatiable hunger of the void, devour all light and return this place to perfect darkness. Be quiet, you edgelord. He will also now occasionally start teleporting and then do a big line AoE in whatever direction he's facing. So just be like, get ready to move. That was almost bad. Are you gonna do your orbs again? You sure are. But yeah, you don't want these orbs to like reach him in the center, or else his big blast attack afterwards is going to do a lot of damage, which is no good. Someone else needs to touch that one. This is just a raid wide. Yep. Oh, sir, can you not teleport behind me and then shoot me with a laser beam? By Zodiac's name, I command thee, river of time, mire mine enemies slug, thy sluggish flow. Impossible. He has time over time. He has power over time itself? Alright, this part is the hardest part of the fight. He shall wither in merciless embrace of eternity. So the tanks need to take these meteors, and only the tanks. If a DPS is in it, they will fucking die. Everyone else needs to attack the tether. And ideally someone, a melee DPS will use the LB3 on the tear to get us out of here faster. And there we go. That's not Borealis, easy peasy. So long as, you know, that weird dimensional rift gets done properly. And also a little tip because I forgot about it, or I forgot to mention it rather, but that little, when you're about to get sucked in,
You're safe.
To the
Thank the 12.
To that other dimension, you may have noticed it on the right, but all of your buffs, like timers, get extended by an absurd amount. And so there is a tactic to, when you're about to get sucked in, to pop any and all like buffs and mitigations you have before you go in. So that when you are in there, they're lasting like 3 minutes or longer. Just a little tip.
You may have bested me this day, but what of the next? What of all the days to come? Remember, light no longer holds sway here. I may return whensoever I wish, again and again and again. Eventually, you will falter, and the staff will be mine. Until next time, scions.
There will be no next time. This is the end.
How kind of you to wait patiently for us to do this, sir.
What trickery is this? No. No! Cannot! No!
Use Tube Samati to gather ether. Quickly, before he breaks free! Concentrate. Call to mind the time you struck down La Habrea with the Blade of Light. won't it work? Is it because we lack the blessing of light?
Damn it. So much ether. And it still isn't enough.
Fools! No mortal prison can contain me! I shall make you pay for your insolence!
Please, Mother Heidelin, hearken to our plea. Lend us your divine light. Why can you not hear us? Do our words no longer reach you?
If only we had a bit more ether.
Moonbreeder, what are you doing?
Master Louisoix, I understand now. The choice you made. In death, there is life. Farewell, Urianger. You daft old coot.
Moonbreeder, no! You mustn't!
What? No! It cannot end! I am eternal! I am immortal!
Moonbreeder. She's gone. You did it, my friend. The Ascian is dead. This device is a legacy of Moonbreeder's toils and sacrifice. I shall hold on to it for safekeeping.
Minfilia, are you all right?
I am.
Oh, we were surveying northern Thanalan when we received the distress call. We returned as swiftly as we were able.
It seems you have everything in hand, however.
Yeah, about that.
What happened here? Where is Moonbreeder?
She gave her life to temper the Blade of Light. I have no words.
Rather than await the inevitable, she took her fate into her own hands.
Does Urianger know?
My friend, there is something I must tell you.
I heard all, my lady. The moon sinketh, taking her leave of the heavens. Yet her passing heraldeth the coming of a new day. Moonbreeder hath fulfilled her destiny, hath she not? Long ago, far across the seas in the Sharlayan motherland, Moonbreeder and I did study under the sage tutelage of Master Louisoix. Full oft did he impress upon us that knowledge existeth to serve the greater good. This sentiment, however, was contrary to the nation's policy of neutrality, which censured intercedence in the affairs of foreign lands. In spite of vehement opposition, he founded the Circle of Knowing, and journeyed hitherto the heart of Eorzea. Through his noble sacrifice was the realm spared its doom. Yet this great soul, whom all should rightly have honored, was branded a pariah in his own land. His peers did accuse him of forsaking his duty as a man of learning, and of meddling in the course of history. When he left Charlayan behind, Master Louisoix gave no word to signal his intent to Moonbreeder. Close as they were, as master and disciple, she was deeply wounded by the sudden exclusion from his confidence. Above all, however, she was confused. Try as she might, she could ill comprehend her master's motive. The slanders that were heaped upon him after his passing served only to inflame the turmoil within her. For years upon end, she knew not what to believe. Torn as she was twixt the man whom she revered and the man who forsook her and his duty both.
The Louisoix I knew would never forsake his duty, much less one of his own.
This I know full well, my lady. 'Twas not for want of love that Master Louisoix hid his intent. He but desired that Moonbreeder discover her own path, free of the shadow of his influence. Long did I contemplate revealing the truth to her, and long did I hold my peace. After all, was it not Master Louisoix's wish that she come to the truth unaided? I told myself it was, and resolved to let her suffer. Knowingly did I deny my friend the comfort she craved. And now she hath gone to her rest, with doubt still in her heart. Speakest thou in earnest? Did Moonbreeder truly come to understand Master Louisoix's will before the end? The realization hath set her free. She may now find the peace which hath for so long eluded her. Oh, Moonbreeder, my dearest, how I shall miss thee.
Moonbreeder gave her life that we might possess the means to defeat the Ascians. Her sacrifice must not be in vain. Let us continue her work on the Blade of Ether and see it to completion.
My lady, I would mourn Moonbreeder in mine own way. I beg your permission to return to the Waking Sands.
Of course, my friend. Take all the time you require. We shall be here should you have need of us.
Well then. That's nope. Nope. Where? There we go. Our list of grievances against the Ascians were already overlong. Must they continue to add on to it? Would we had arrived just a few moments sooner? Just a few moments. She was counting on the theory that a soul's ether burns brightest at the moment of its passing. A scholar until the very end. Oh, Moon. I miss you so much already. But yeah, that was Moonbrita. Did you like her? We got like 10 quests with her. It's kind of insane how little time we get. Never have seen Urianger so utterly defeated. No one should be made to suffer such grief. We shall gather in the Charlian Manor to celebrate Moonbrita's life and mourn her passing. In memory of Moonbrita, Minfilia wishes to gather the Scions and honor the fallen Moonbrita. As Moonbrita was a native of Charlian, I feel it only fit that we gather before the Mark of the Scholar. Are you familiar with the stone? 'Tis a monument found at Rathfrost and is sacred to Thaliac, guardian deity of the City of Learning. There we shall pray for her dear friend's soul and bid her a peaceful return to the light of the Mother Crystal. Moonbrita showed us the way forward at the cost of her own life. What worth is her sacrifice if we do not follow where it leads? Let us gather at Rathfrost and show our respects for our fallen comrade. Then we shall continue with the work that she began. Is that marked on? Okay, yes it is. Do not know where this was for a second because you never have to go there, like ever.
Forgive me, Moonbrita. Had I been quicker or wiser, but I was not, and you paid the price. But you would not suffer us to wallow in our sorrow, would you? You would tell us to pick ourselves up and get on with it. And so we shall. We shall defend this realm and her people to the last.
Hi, Mitty. Are you gonna say something stupid?
For death, a fair exchange. Other bargains will be struck.
Is now the time, dude? We're supposed to be grieving. Can you not pop in, say cryptic shit, and then leave? Read the room, bud. Those are all still gone. The rising stone feels somehow colder. Umbrita always carried with her such an abundance of warmth and cheer. We must find some means of protecting ourselves from Athenian intrusions. There must be a way. I don't feel much like talking at the moment. If you could just give me some time. I loathe to see Ida in such pain, but I have not the words to comfort her. Can you imagine it? I, Papalimo, who has an eloquent comment for every situation, am at a loss for words. Well, yes, someone just died. Though we have said our farewells, the pall of sadness has diminished but little. Forgive me. As antecedent, it is my job to be the pillar of strength for all others to lean upon. Yet, I also believe the grief we feel now is precious in its own way, and not to be lightly swept aside. Do you not agree, Frenlona? Tis as if a dagger hath been thrust into my breast. But 'tis a pain we must learn to bear if we were to forge ahead with our duty. The battles we have fought have taken the lives of so many. Louisoix, Moonbrita, our fellows at the Waking Sands. Their spirit and dedication to our cause, however, will never be lost as long as we rise to the fight once more. I hardly need to remind you of this, of course. 'Tis for my own benefit that I repeat these words. A reformation of my own chosen path. If I do not rebuild the foundation of my resolve, I am likely to collapse in a fit of weeping. My apologies again, Frenlona. There is no other whom I could display such weakness. You are my pillar of strength, and I fear that I shall have need of your steadfast presence in the days to come. A victory won, a comrade lost. To honor the fallen, the living forge ever on, toward the light of a new day. And, as of now, with this next quest, we are on the final patch before Heavensward. There are 16 quests, and then we are done. Not that we're going to do all 16 today, especially because depending on how long these quests take, there may be a moment where I may make the judgment call to end stream a little bit early just to make sure there's still a little bit left for, Wednesday stream. But we will see when we get there and, further along. Mask of Grief. Minfilia has a request to make of you. Have you a moment, Frenlona? I believe Yida wished a word with you. I should consider it a personal favor if you would lend a sympathetic ear to her troubles. She has not been herself since Moonbreeda's passing, and my heart aches to see her so downcast. Ida, you good? I know we just talked, but are you good? Hey, it's Frelona! Great! Oh, it's no use. I'm trying to stay positive, but it's just hard, you know? The thing is, I know Moon would tell me off if she saw me moping around like this. Which is why I decided to cheer myself up by getting her a special flower. I placed an order for a moon daisy with Rowena a little while ago, and it's ready to be picked up. The trouble is, I find Rowena a little bit difficult at the best of times. And, well, this isn't one of them. I know it's silly, but I just can't face it at the moment. So I was wondering, do you think you could maybe collect it for me? I have the coin to pay for the flower right here. Thank you so much. I'll be waiting for you and the daisy at Wrathfrost. We're still not exempt from fetch quests, however. We will never be exempt from fetch quests. They are forever and eternal. What can I do for you today, adventurer? Eldritch trinket to trade. Nope. I'm here for a flower. Second kill received from Ida in exchange for a single moon daisy. Eh? They got you running errands now. Them Scions really know how to make the most of your talents, don't they? Send the savior of Eorzea to the bleeding market. Fine use of your time, that is. Seriously though, you'd best learn how to say no, or they'll have you mucking out the chocobo stables next. Oh, it's too late. I can never say no. You guys aren't going to get a sense of this. Because, again, I've basically done every side quest in the game. But, when playing through this game the first time, every single time I, like, progressed through the story and then a bunch of side quests would pop up, I would pause the main story and do all the side quests before moving on with the main story. And I like to imagine that is canon to Frelona's character. She will just know of, wait, there are people here that need help, and then, like, drop everything to help them. Anyways, what was it you were here to pick up? The moon daisy, was it? Here then, take it. Until that Yida lasts, that I got a wide selection of headwear in stock if she ever decides to replace that dowdy old mask of hers. Gods knows she needs to. And, like, while I'm going to obviously be, like, making jokes of, like, I'm teleporting as fast as I can and these people are still, you know, beating me to where we're going. In reality, they would know that they would have, after a time, they would know that they would have to build in time for Frelona to take her sweet-ass time to get over there. Because she's like, there's people to help. I need to help them. Rowena can be so annoying. She will just not take no for an answer. Every time I visit her, she insists that I replace my visor with something more fashionable. And when I tell her that I like it just fine the way it is, she says again. She says it again. And then again. And then again. It drives me crazy. What I mean to say is I really appreciate you doing this for me. So, anyway, let's see it. Moon Daisy. Moon daisies are often hung to the rafters, trees, or other elevated locations to represent the celestial body when performing holy rituals to the goddess Menfina during daylight hours. Well, it's nearly 2 a.m. in universe, so don't exactly need that. Moonbrita loved these things, you know? I hope that somewhere, somehow, she knows that I'm still thinking of her.
I'll never forget you, Moon. None of us will.
I swear to God, Mitty.
The song riseth to a crescendo.
Can you fuck off? Stop. Okay, yeah, wait, actually that's bad.
Is that what I think it is?
Hello, can you hear me? We have received grave tidings from Ishgard. Pray return to the Rising Stones at once.
We gotta go eat up. The dragons are attacking! We gotta book it! I guess I could teleport to be faster, but I don't care. We all seem to be in the same places. We shall press onwards, as we have always done. I will not squander the sacrifices of our fallen friends by surrendering to a paralysis born of fear. My apologies for the interruption. I was deeply saddened to learn of Moonbrita's passing. Her loss will be sorely felt. Alas, recent developments in Ishgard leave us with little time to mourn. The envoy from Korthus will soon arrive, and we must hasten to hear her report. Defenders for Ishgard. Alphinaud awaits the arrival of the Ishgardian envoy. The envoy is here. I thank you for receiving me on such short notice. Time is of the essence, so I would forgo the usual pleasantries, if I may. Certainly. You come news of the Dravanians? Aye, the dragons have begun their attack in earnest. The first wave reached the Central Highlands a short while ago, and the battle was joined soon thereafter. Sir Aymeric himself sallied forth with a contingent of temple knights and several companies of the noble house's finest. Though the beasts were ultimately forced into retreat, our victory, if such it may be called, came at the cost of many of our own. Too many. We will not withstand a second wave should the Dravanians renew their assault. You paint a grim picture, my lady. Is it reinforcements you seek, then? We do. Though it pricks our pride, 'tis plain that we cannot protect Ishgard with our ranks thus thinned by the Horde. Sir Aymeric would meet with you to discuss the possibility of enlisting your aid. Very well, I shall depart for Korthus at once. I must warn you, however, that the involvement in the Crystal Braves is by no means assured. Our commitment to quelling the unrest in Uldam must take precedence. It is with such contingencies in mind that I must make another request. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are known for sharing close ties with all three of the grand companies of Eorzea. Would you consent to plead our case to their leaders? Though I will gladly appeal to the grand companies on your behalf, I dare not promise a favorable reply. You need say no more. Considering our past dealings with the Eorzean Alliance, I can well imagine how our plea will be received. Yeah, rebuking to help us, but then when you are in need, you're like, hey, can y'all help, please? That's not gonna go well, but who knows? Maybe it'll make y'all change your minds in the future, huh? Huh? Him? Not that, you know, Lucia here has any say over the matter. But the fate of Ishgard hangs in the balance. We must explore every avenue that's still open to us, no matter how unpromising. I see. Very well, I shall send envoys to each of the allied nations and have them present your request directly to the heads of the grand companies. In the event that your plea does receive a favorable answer, know that support is certain to be conditional. Demands will be made of Ishgard. That is only to be expected. Rest assured that I will speak with Sir Amaric's authority in this matter, and that our actions are fully sanctioned by the Holy See. Which brings me to my final request. A personal appeal to you, Warrior Light. The Lord Commander makes much desires to speak with you, regardless of your fellow's involvement. You faced Midgardstormer and survived. Anything you can share of your experience may yield us an advantage over our foe. Yeah, okay. Thank you. You wear the mantle of hero well. It would seem the road leads us both to Camp Dragonhead. Seek me out when you arrive, Fernlona. Can you at least look at me when you talk to me, bud? Why were you looking at Lucia still? The fuck is wrong with you, you weird little Nepo baby? Nepo baby. Oh, hi, Sail. Or Ice Heart, whatever you want to go by.
The sons must answer for their father's misdeeds. Only then will the cycle be broken. Brothers and sisters of the heavens, we raise our voices and join you in the chorus. The sinner's feeble magics are undone. Come, claim your retribution.
Uh-oh. That's no good. That's very no good. We have heard reports of a number of frontier settlers. It would seem the dragons have come as far as Mordona. Yeah, I think they've made it a little bit further than Mordona. It seems I was the swifter, Fernlona. You too, however, have arrived with time to spare, for our host has yet to make an appearance. I don't know how you beat me here, bud. There actually were no side quests at this point in time. The murmurings about camp tell of some manner of great trouble at the gates of judgment. In the Lord Commander's absence, I suggest that we visit the place and find out what is afoot. Gotta go, 'cause the dragons are attacking. The gates of judgment are much more than mere doors. They are the outermost layer of Ishgard's magical wards. If our first line of defense can be so easily shattered. Uh-oh. Mark the nervous glances of our friends share. The dragons have attacked, yes, but something else has occurred. Something unexpected. Let us question the knights here ere we proceed. Heretic scum! How dare they meddle with our divine protections! I shall rid our nation of their blasphemy, even if it means cutting them down one by one. When I laid eyes on Lady Iceheart, I felt the marrow freezing within my bones. Ooh, we need not fret over much. There are several layers of arcane protection that shield the city from invasion. Mother will be fine. Hey, apparently their wards went down. It would seem that the heretic struck the first, and most telling, blow against Ishgard. Scions, we expected you at Camp Dragonhead. My apologies. We chanced to hear that there had been trouble at the gates and thought it prudent to investigate the cause. Then you have learned of the heretic's treachery. Lady Iceheart led a force of her followers against our defenders and came close enough to dispel the first of our wards. But let us speak more of this back at the camp. Sir Aymeric awaits you. The Wyrm's War. Alphino seems eager to return to Camp Dragonhead. Lady Iceheart has grown bold indeed if she would risk direct action against the city. Come, let us do as we were bid and return to Camp Dragonhead. Lord Harshaphon will know where Sir Aymeric means to receive us. Also, ignore the mini dragon on my shoulder. Don't worry about it. It's a friend. Maybe. I'm definitely not a heretic. Just don't worry about it. It's against my will. Who's just perched on my shoulder and refuses to leave, also. Pray, ask Lord Harshaphon to direct us to the meeting place when you are ready. 'Tis reassuring indeed to behold the countenance of a friend when one's homeland teeters upon the very brink of disaster. Though a single misstep could send us plunging into the abyss, your heroic presence stokes the flames of courage within my heart. But you did not come to Dragonhead to listen to my prattling. The Lord Commander has arrived and would treat you in the intercessory. Okay, bye, Alphino. Fucking... No words? You're just gonna leave? I gotta work on your manners, bud. Ishgard's future hangs in the balance. If the city's salvation rests on our assistance, I cannot well withhold it. Even so, I mean to make Sir Aymeric sweat for his reinforcements. On this occasion, feigned disinterest may serve the cause of Eorzean unity better than naked philanthropy. Come, let us find out what concessions the Holy See is willing to make. You're gonna be a little bastard, aren't you? Alpha no. I thank you for coming with such haste, and apologize for my absence. Suffice it to say, Lady Iceheart and her heretics have much to answer for. Yes, but we are but recently returned from the Gates of Judgment ourselves. Given the circumstances, we quite understand if you would prefer to postpone our appointed audience. On the contrary, Master Alphino, I think it more important than ever that this meeting take place. Rest assured, I shall return to my post on Ishgard's walls the moment our business is concluded. Before we move on to the subject of reinforcements, however, I would introduce you to a close friend and stalwart ally, Estinian. And this is why I wanted to do the Dragoon quests. Before continuing story. May I present to you Ishgard's Azure Dragoon. An impressive title, though I confess I know precious little of the Order of the Dragoons. They are formidable warriors all, yet even amongst such masters of the lands, Estinian is without equal. He, out of all the warriors of Ishgard, was chosen to wield the power of the dragons, and thus may contend with any Dravanian. You overflatter me much, Lord Commander. If I ever was without equal, I am no longer, as my fellow Azure Dragoon here will attest. Be at ease, Perlona, I did not come to challenge you this day. And this is also what I meant by the Dragoon quests were going to get retconned immediately. There's no mention of him being half possessed by, you know, fucking Nidhogg or anything. They're just like, hey, don't worry about it. He's normal, quote unquote, now. And it's so fucking funny. Well, now that we have all been introduced, let us proceed to the matter at hand. I would share with you what we have learned of the Iceheart's design, and confessed by the heretics taken captive after the assault on the gates. It would seem that Lady Iceheart and the Dravanians share a common goal, the reclamation of Nidhogg's stolen eye. Nidhogg, one of the 7 great Wyrms. His name features prominently in your nation's history, though once defeated by the hero Haldrath, the beast is said to have terrorized Kurthis since Ishgard's founding. Aye, many are the scars our walls bear from Nidhogg's relentless efforts to raise the city. The trophy Haldrath plucked from the bested Wyrm's skull, simply known as the Eye, is a treasured relic of Ishgard, one possessed of untold power. Should it ever be returned to Nidhogg, the dread creature would be restored to the height of his strength, and then no wall or ward we could erect would be stout enough to deny him. My vengeful son hath raised war against Ishgard for 1,000 years. No mortal mind could comprehend the depths of his rancor. Cool, he's now also a voice in our head. That's fucking fantastic, thanks. The Eye itself is secreted deep within the vault. It is kept under heavy guard, surrounded at all times by men and women who have proven their loyalty to the Holy See. But though stout walls and sharp blades may suffice to discourage the heretics, the dragons are another matter. There are individuals within the Dravanian horde whom an entire company of knights would labor to repel, to say nothing of Nidhogg himself. Nor does age seem to rob them of their strength. Through the endless march of years, the dragons endure, patient, calculating, and inexorable. You must understand, these creatures do not share our perception of time. And that is especially true of the great Wyrms. They who spend centuries in slumber only to wake and resume their campaign as if mere hours had passed. It has been 20 years since Nidhogg last darkened our skies. 20 years for him to gather his strength and for us to bolster our defenses. And now, just as he seems primed to return, the heretics strike at the gates. You believe Lady Iceheart is in league with the creature, then? Of that, we cannot be certain. Though we know of the heretics covet the eye, we have been unable to determine their plans for it. Such questions aside, we must needs address the ragged hole in their mistress. Their mistress has seen fit to rend in Ishgard's protections, which is a weakness the Dravanians are not like to leave untested. So it would seem. You have described the plight in admirable detail, Lord Commander, but yet I cannot help but wonder at your candor. Why share such sensitive information with us? I shall speak plain. Ishgard has need of allies, and I would have you bolster our front lines in readiness for the coming battle against the dragons. This much I expected. Unlike our arrangement concerning the Keeper of the Lake, however, only you stand to benefit from our assistance in this matter. I fail to see why we should intervene in a conflict which concerns only Ishgard and Dravania. When the Eorzean Alliance requested Ishgard's assistance during Operation Archon, you refused us. Does it not seem grossly unjust to demand that we now risk our lives in your private war? I make no attempt to defend my country's conduct. I only ask that you consider what would follow were Ishgard were to fall. Having razed our city to the ground, the Horde would have little cause to linger, and most would return to their lairs in Dravania. Soon after, the ruins of Kurthis would be buried in snow, and the land would become the sole province of beasts and beastmen. Until the Garlean's arrival, that is. For you may be certain that the Empire would not hesitate to claim Kurthis. They would not even have to draw steel. An Imperial Providence sharing a border with Mordona. 7 hells. Very well, we will assist you in repelling the dragons. The war of a great Wyrm may have shaken the firmament, but we of Eorzea will not abandon our Ishgardian brothers to face the coming horde alone. Nor did I ever think you would. Now, upon the matter of the war, allow me, Sir Emmerich. Through the power of the Eye, I have become the vessel of Nidhogg's strength. His essence has stolen into my very blood. Fear not, I am in full control of my faculties, I assure you, and the Eye itself is of little relevance to this tale. It is not essential that I bear it with me wherever so I go. Again, the retcon from the Dragoon quests is so fucking funny. They're just like, yeah, no, don't worry about it. He got half possessed before. He's fine now. Don't ask questions, just move on. Its lingering influence does, however, allow me to hear Nidhogg's voice. Then the Wyrm who roared was Nidhogg, aye. He means to hurl his horde against Donofan's collar and shatter the remaining wards that protect the city. There can be no doubt, the Wyrm has summoned his minions to war. Well, that's no good. Nidhogg. He is the source of our suffering. If we do not fell the Wyrm, these endless clashes count for naught. I am painfully aware of the hypocrisy of our request, and the self-inflicted nature of our predicament. But should it serve to deliver my people from their unkind fate, I shall gladly shall I bow my head and beg for aid. I expect, nay, welcome, the coming storm of scorn and disdain. Though the circumstances are far from ideal, this desperate endeavor will at least provide us an opportunity to bring the sister states of Eorzea together in a common cause. Sir Emmerich was more ruthless in his negotiations than I had anticipated. I suppose one must give no quarter when one's home is at stake. But did you see the look upon his face when he formally requested our assistance? Though the Lord Commander has long campaigned for Ishgard to open its gates to outsiders, I suspect this softening of the Holy See's attitude towards following corporations comes as something of a bittersweet victory. The days ahead promise to be interesting indeed. Committed to the cause, Alphino is ready to begin making preparations for war. If we are to aid the Ishgardians in this war of theirs, preparations will have to be made, and soon. Before proceeding, however, we must needs return to the Rising Stones and make a report with the antecedent. And away I go! See you two later! I'll see you right over there, I assume. Also, thank you, Mitty, for not just showing up disembodied in that room. Oh, hey, Tataru, where the hell have you been? If you're looking for the Scions, they've already left for the Alliance nations. I do hope Ishgard will be saved. Considering recent history, will there be any amongst the Alliance willing to aid the Holy See? Ishgard has few friends at the bargaining table. Yeah, it's not looking good. Though I've never seen one myself, it is said that the dragon's lair just beyond the borders of my homeland. Should events take a turn for the worse, we are fortunate that this settlement is such a popular crossroads for so many veteran adventurers. The town has been calm through all this talk of war, but if those dragons come to Revenant's Toll, they'll be panicking plenty, I'd wager. Yep, I can only assume. Most have never seen dragons, I don't think.
Alphino, it is good to see you. Tell me, what have you learned?
Pray summon the others. Everyone must hear my report.
So this was all but a taste of what's to come.
Indeed. The main host advances upon Ishgard as we speak.
Whose vaunted defenses have been nullified.
Shorn of its wards, the city will bear the full force of Nidhogg's fury.
All those people.
Alphino is right. The Dravanians cannot be allowed to prevail. If Ishgard falls, all of Eorzea will suffer the consequences.
Then you agree that we have no choice but to intervene. For the good of the realm, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn and the Crystal Braves must join the defense of Ishgard.
Let there be no ambiguity about what has been proposed. We would be directly intervening in the war. But if all here believe the cause to be just, then to war we shall go. The path we now embark upon is perilous, but I pray you will walk with us to the end.
Of course. I have nowhere else to go.
For those we have lost, for those we can yet save.
Then it is settled. I shall inform the Council of our intentions and request that they contribute their own forces to the defense of Ishgard.
If y'all are going to Kurthus, you'll probably also want to bundle up maybe a little, even if we are going to combat. What are you two speaking of? Volunteer dragon slayers. Minfilia would have you assist with the preparations being made for the defense of Ishgard. I have bid the Archons travel to their assigned nations. Should the members of the Alliance agree to pledge the Grand Company soldiers to Ishgard's cause, our comrades will be on hand to act as intermediaries for the duration of the conflict. The small matter of persuading the Alliance leaders to grant such support I leave to Alphino. For you, my friend, a different task awaits. I would have you reach out to your fellow adventurers and gather what allies you may for the coming siege. I would also have you consider the matter of our own security. Revenant's Toll is but a short flight from the snowfields of Kurthis, and it is not unimaginable that the fighting may spill across the border. Pray brief Slapboard on the brewing conflict and discuss potential contingencies. The frontier settlers must be prepared for aught that might wing its way over our walls. I only hope that such precautions prove unnecessary. Oh, and before you leave, might I suggest that you have Tataru accompany you? She has a talent for the administration and a firm grasp of the practical challenges we may encounter. Hell yeah, I would love to hang out with Tataru a bit more. I love Tataru. We are rather close to Kurthis, aren't we? We best see to our own defenses and take stock of our supplies. And we'll also need to have beds and bandages laid out just in case. A good receptionist is ready for any eventuality. Let's go, Frelona. I have 101 things to discuss with Slapborn. So Minfilia has committed the science to Ishgard's cause, has she? Though she makes her pronouncements with unshakable confidence, I can only imagine how agonizing it was for her to arrive at this decision. So many lives at stake. Where the hell is everyone? The threat of war sows panic and confusion, and routine tasks can offer a calming stability. Being sure the larder is properly stocked, for instance. We haven't seen most of the Domans in like forever. Where the hell did they go? And so I'd like you to spread word to the settlers and adventurers in town. Appreciate the warning. War is coming to Kurthis, and the toll must be made ready. I'll increase the number of patrols and lookouts immediately. I also look to see about finding room for an infirmary as well as temporary housing for victims of the conflict. Ishgard has done well by us in the past, and I would return the favor. But as for rounding up volunteers for the fighting itself, I'm afraid I must disappoint you. I will not send any of my fellow guild members to die on Ishgardian soil, and I'm certain headquarters will say the same. There will be no official Adventurers Guild presence at the siege. That said, each adventurer is of course free to do as he or she will. I shall have a word with some of my more capable colleagues on your behalf, and you might try your luck here in Revenant's Toll. I dare say there will be a few stout souls about town who will answer your call to arms. Well, let's get started, shall we? We have a town to rouse. And let us begin. Why are you getting a cutscene? Spare me your talk of glory and fame. I'm not in the habit of volunteering for lost causes. I I've survived this long by trusting my instincts, and my instincts tell me to stay well away from Ishgard. This is why we got a cutscene? Yeah, this is why we got a cutscene. Ishgard sounds like she's a right mess, but that ain't what I wanted to talk to you about. I need you to cast your mind back to that scuffle with the Empire out by the processing plant. A lad from Little Alamigo by the name of Wilred was there with the Fourth that day, and I want to know if you've seen him since. Have you? Nope, not at all. God damn it, I feared as much. No one's bloody seen him. It's like the ground opened up and swallowed him whole. But that ain't all. Around the time Wilred stopped turning up for duty, them black market weapons went missing from our vault in Ul'dah. So now, of course, half the brains suspect the lad of making off with the goods. Folk like to believe our company's a disciplined fighting force, but as you and me both know, it's no more than a motley crew of mercenaries, adventurers, and Grand Company veterans. The only thing that's bind us together is some vague oath about fighting for the freedom of all, and that the pay is steady. Now, compared to most others in this crew, Wilred's a fresh-faced novice, a bleeding whelp among wolves. But the boy's got a passion. When he talked about being a guardian of Eorzea, he bloody well meant it. A lad like him wouldn't rob us blind and bugger off like that. He ain't the type. And then, and this is just between you and me, mind, there's the fact that the lad wanted to tell me something queer he noticed in the ledgers. Something about the Braves' numbers not adding up. Aye, there's a villain at the end of all this trail I've stumbled upon, and I'll bet me good eye it ain't young Wilred. Anyway, you got a war to wage, and so I'll let you get on. Just thought someone should know. I'll be seeing you, Fernona. Enunciating hard. What are you doing? Attention adventurers! Ishgard is in peril and has need of heroes. If you've ever dreamed of battling a Dravanian, then now is your chance. I don't know if that's going to work, but okay. Volunteer my services in the defense of Ishgard? I think not. Dragons claim the lives of every one of my brothers, and I do not mean to offer them mine. 'Twas to escape such a fate that I took up the mantle of adventure in the first place. I would sooner die in the pursuit of fortune than huddled behind an icy wall. Our recruitment's not looking good. So we played to the Ishgardians. Well, them dragons are a fearsome lot, but I'd say me fair share of the coin was good. I've worked for one of them nuts before, you know. Watched me like a bloody hawk, you did. And still, I put up with worse than that for a heavy purse. Okay, we've got a potential 1 out of 4. So Ishgard seeks sellswords to bolster its ranks, eh? Though I'm not sure I like the sound of the siege, those nobles will surely be generous with the rewards. But I pledged myself to guard Revenant's toll. Modest work though it is, I am loath to break the terms of my contract. What to do? So we really only have a maybe 1.5. That's not good. There you are, Fernlena. So, did you sway any hearts? 1 or 2, eh? Well, I added to mine. That makes 3 or 4, not including Slapboard's friends. We won't have the largest company in the army, but I'd say 1 Revenant's Toll veteran is worth a dozen clinking knights at least. An allied perspective. Tataru has a message for you from Alphino. Oh, I've been so caught up with recruiting, I almost forgot. There's been word from Alphino. Apparently, the Alliance leaders are convening in Ul'dah to discard Ishgard's plate. And they've requested your presence, as usual. Anyway, you'd best make your way to Ul'dah or you'll be late. Alphino said that he'd meet you on the Royal Promenade. fuck? Help, where's the... There we go. Oh, do they want me to just stand around and then nod when they say something? Because that's all I do at these meetings. I mean, I guess it's good to be present for the info as it's happening, but I don't contribute nothing to these. My apologies for calling you away from your tasks. I had hoped to proceed with these negotiations one leader at a time, but it seems my urgent request for an audience have prompted a gathering of the council. Me IRL. This could have been an email. At least to me personally. Needless to say, I felt obliged to attend. The Alliance leaders are already seated within. Let us join them, shall we? That nod is incredibly important contribution to the dialogue. Oh, but of course.
We are well aware of Ishgard's dilemma, and we agree with your assessment.
Okay, I don't have to speak, thank God.
Then I trust there are no objections to the Crystal Brave's intervention.
Undar has none.
Gridania does not object.
The Crystal Braves are yours to command, Alphino. Do what you will. We shall pray for your success.
Meaning you're not.
It was my hope that you would offer
part.
more substantial aid than prayer. I know it is within your means.
You time traveled hard. Well, welcome back. We're now in the future. Of a couple hours.
Do not presume that you have knowledge of our every concern. The Garleans and the Beast Tribes are but two of many. We are not in a position to contribute greatly to the defense of Ishgard. Not when our own homes are still under siege.
We dare not leave our interests in Cartano undefended as well. Telegi Adalegi and his ilk would seize control of the territories in our absence.
The enemy is at their gates, and you would cower behind yours?
I mean, it is what Ishgard did.
No one is cowering, boy. We will offer what support we can.
Aye, support. A handful of men and no more.
Would that we could commit more than a token force to this cause. Yet there are others to whom you might turn. The free companies ever want for work.
Ah, yes. The free companies. They're not like to turn you down.
I beg your pardon? You would entrust the survival of Ishgard to sell swords? Crises like these are the very reason why this alliance was formed. It is our duty to aid our fellow man.
My duty is to my country and my people. If you expect us to place the welfare of a foreign power above our own, you're going to be sorely disappointed. Lest you doubt, Limsa comes first, then the Alliance, and finally, circumstances permitting, Ishgard and the rest. If you cannot understand so simple a concept, then you have no place at this table.
Forgive me, Admiral. I was careless in my choice of words.
I suggest you assemble a party of elite adventurers, assuming you haven't already. Your fellows served us well during Operation Archon. I dare say they will do so again.
Yep, there's the nod. There it is.
If I may, Your Grace, I wish to propose a redistribution of forces. If we entrust the security of Uldar to the Brass Blades for a time, we can dispatch a larger force to Ishgard. Your Grace?
Nanamo, you good?
Yes. Yes, of course. Do what you will.
Is Her Grace not feeling well?
To the best of my knowledge, Her Grace is in perfect health.
I see. Carry on.
Well then. So Alfred, did that go as well as you hoped? Once again, I owe you an apology. It seems you have been conscripted into leading a contingent of adventurers on yet another mission of esteemed of inestimable danger. But I fear we have been left with little alternative. We cannot well abandon Lord Harshaphon and Sir Emmerich to their fate. We must abide by the Council's decision, as short-sighted as it is, and strive to fulfill our roles as the Eorzea's guardians. Captain Ilberd, what news? Then the assault has begun. We have but this moment concluded our audience with the Alliance leaders. Move our forces into position. Your units will join House Durandare at the Steel Vigil. Man the cannons alongside the knights and thin the Dravanian horde ere they descend upon Ishgard. I will join you as soon as I am able. Prelona, I would have you and your adventurer allies bolster the defenses at the Steps of Faith. Report first to Sir Marcellain at the Gates of Judgment, and he will direct you to where you are needed most. May the gods grant us victory. Away we go to war! I'm gonna fight your, grandchildren or whatever the hell. Midi, do you care? Or are you just gonna continue to sit on my shoulder? You are the appointed captain of the Silk Sword contingent? Then welcome! There's no shortage of blade work to be done. As we speak, the Dravanian skirmishing parties are harrying positions across the Central Highlands. I've assigned the Crystal Braves and your fellow adventurers to contain these scattered attacks, and for the present, I would have you join them. This is, of course, merely a precursor to the assault on Ishgard proper. The wily serpents seek to divide and confuse our forces, but we will not be so easily drawn out of position. You also time traveled and your phone died? Oh no. Well, welcome back, Em. The Temple Knights will remain on the Steps of Faith and continue our preparations. When the Horde arrives in the forest, they shall face the wall of Ishgardian steel. Report back to me once their advanced skirmishes are slain. Yeah, sleepy day. I woke up, or I went to bed slightly early just to make sure I would be well rested for the thing this morning. It's weird, you get the timestamps on past messages but when you join, but not after. That is very weird. That's not how that should be working. guys go. Also, you didn't sleep till like 5 a.m. and woke up at 1. Oh, Jesus. What is sleep? The world may never know. Oh god, there's a lot more dragons. Step back here. Darn! Leave these guys alone! That was a screenshot of in Discord. Stupid app doesn't look like it has the option to turn it on either. That is so weird. Because I have timestamps for everything. Even here in the OBS chat. What news, adventurer? The reinforcements decimated, you say? Dravanian devils, damn their scaly hides! Hold fast to your grief and fury, my lady. We will avenge the deaths of your fellows in the battles to come. Steps of Faith. Sir Marcellain wishes to prepare you for the siege of Ishgard. Ere you commit yourself to the siege, you should know what it is you are tasked with defending. Beyond the gates of judgment lie the steps of faith, a great bridge of stone that leads directly to the city of Ishgard. More than simply a means to cross the sea of clouds, the bridge serves as the foundation for the arcane wards that form the barrier we call Danafin's Collar. Alas, in dispelling the barrier's outermost layer, that thrice-damned witch Iceheart stripped the bridge of its protection, and thus the dragons are now able to land unhindered upon the steps of faith. Should the Dravanians succeed in destroying the remainder of the wards, the winged devils will be free to swarm within the city itself. Needless to say, we cannot suffer that to happen. It shall be our task as defenders to prevent any harm from coming to those parts of the bridge where the wards are sealed. Three yet to remain and have dispatched their forces accordingly. I would ask that you and your comrades accompany our defenders at the outermost ward. I should hope that includes us as well, yes? Oops. Ah, yes, the Scions, of course. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn. We cannot well stand idly by and while the Horde threatens the good people of Ishgard. Indeed, to do otherwise would go against all that Master Louisoix has taught us. As for where we may be of most use, I think it prudent we divide into two groups. Ida and I will join the rear guard. Right, if the dragons should reach us, we'll be sure to give them what for. Thank you, all of you. Pray, speak with me again when your preparations are complete, and together we shall stand against the Horde. So, fun fact about this little bit. So they keep talking about how I should summon my adventurer friends to go help with the contingent, right? That is because the Steps of Faith here used to be a trial. You know, like these. However, in one of the patches, they eventually changed it So that it is instead a solo instance. That's why this man is glowing. So we will not be needing my quote-unquote adventurer friends. I will be handling it by myself. I am told the first commander of the Temple Knights, Lucia, will be leading their forces. By all accounts, it would seem that we're in quite capable hands. The dragons may never again have such opportunity to strike at the Holy See. You can be certain they will not squander it, so we must be vigilant. Would that we could say with certainty that none of the wards will be breached, but our enemy is resourceful. No matter what happens, we cannot let them cross this bridge. No, we cannot. I trust you are ready then? Good. Come, let us make for the battlefield. To roar, let's go! That's a big boy. That's a very big boy. We claim victory this day, or Ishgard falls. Accept the fury into your heart and defend this bridge with your life's blood. And let's go. Never mind, the enemies first. They mean to destroy the wards of Denifen's coffer. Let's finish this quickly, shall we?
I shall make it quick.
Have the rear guard ready the cannons. So yeah, because this is a solo instance, I have no idea what the hell we're supposed to be doing anymore. Just a little bit of fire, that's fine. You know, walking away from a blast like that. Vishnap's flames have severely hurt the barrier. Stop! Focus your attacks on the armored dragon. We'll need more than thick hides to prevail over us. Yeah, just a little bit of warming of our buns. It's fine. Just a little toast. Uh-oh. What in the... Everyone fall back! Fall back now! I would love to, I can't move! Fucking go! Get out of the danger puddle! Pull back the artillery, their champion advances!
Aoife, to me!
You can't push me back, fuck you! And now we fight the big boy himself. Do not let it reach the barrier. Hold your ground. Remember, this is what we fight for. Be over here in this one. Oh, several of the adventurers are gone. Well. Oh, okay, we want to be over here. gonna probably be a big thing in the middle. Yep. Uh-oh. Well, the first ward has been breached. Fall back and regroup. The battle is not yet lost. We must find Papa and Papalino and regroup. Of course, it could never be so easy. Ow! Ow! We will see the things here, Farlona. Fall back and help the others with the ward. They mean to defeat us with sheer numbers, then. Well, it's a good thing I can't count. God damn it, Ida! What the fuck?
No holding back.
I hope you're just saying that to make it funny and that you can count. Go down.
That'll sting.
Are Yida's voice lines using her new VA from Post Heavensward? And not her original VA? That is so fucking funny. We must defeat their champion at all costs. I mean, it makes sense. This version of the Steps of Faith was made after the voice actor changed. So they would have had to have used her new one. Oh, that got rid of most of them. Oh, hey, that's new, I think. So these markers means that there's going to be a bunch of moving AoEs in a line in whatever direction they were pointed at. And that's the second ward broken. The second ward has fallen. Fall back, there's nothing left to be done here. Ida and I have matters well in hand here. Farlona, you must go and see to the final ward. Hey, there's a Stinian. Dragoons to arms! Give the enemy no quarter! I know the wrath of the Azure Dragoon! Hold your ground. Should this barrier fall, Ishgard will wash them flame! Yeah, that was definitely a Stinian's VA. Fairly certain anyway. Kinda hard to tell. Hey, can I take a moment to just like Do that real fast, thank you. Thank you for waiting, I'm good now. He would taste my lance again, so be it. Hold nothing back. Our enemy is not without weakness, keep it up. At 5. The final ward is weakened. Hurry, we must end this now. All right, now we want to be in the center. Oh, the Dragoon's lunging back. Come on, bud. Will you fucking die? We are the shields that keeps the Holy See. Even should it cost us everything, they cannot be suffered to pass. We stand as one! Defeat Vishnu before the knights lose their resolve. So yeah, Lucia and a bunch of other paladins are all... Oh my fucking god, I'm dead. I forgot to hide behind the ward. I'm stupid, don't mind me. It's because everyone else was outside of the ward, so I was like, oh, okay, I can be out there, this is fine. I cannot. So hey, we have to do the whole thing again when we were at the very end, because I'm very smart. Whoopsies! Whoopsie doodles. It's fine.
Let's finish this quickly, shall we?
I shall make it quick.
That didn't sound like Thancred's host VA. I don't know who the fuck that was. I should have lowered the difficulty just to make this go by a little bit faster. Oh well. Because according to the timestamp messages, I've been in here for 10 fucking minutes. Fairly certain was Yashtola's new VA. I'll be right here, I guess. Yeah, that just kills most of the adventurers. Jeez. We go back to the corner. Owie. And then you destroy this first ward. But yeah, that's Ishgard in the back. Ow! That's Ishgard in the back. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba.
No holding back.
You baby dragons. Get out of here. Leave me the fuck alone. Big ward. There we go, Lise. Good job. Or Ida. Where the fuck is Lise? Where'd that name come from? Hey, maybe stop moving when you're trying to do the cast attack. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. We're fine. Listen, my brain is in scrambles from having to do this a second time. Time for Banneret, you almost got me killed, you son of a bitch. Yeah, I got the brain scrambles. And now we run again. We panic. And now we're back here again.
Know your folly.
the fuck? Out of here. Be gone, you big chunky boy. I think you can tell that I've been playing like tank and melee classes a whole bunch because I keep being like right in the action when I really don't need to be. That 5% strength again. And now we get into the center. This attack again with the delayed cones. Here we go. I meant to be over here with everyone else and not, you know, in the middle of the fucking fire. Damn this infernal heat. I'm flinging my spells as fast as I can. Oh, heal me, Estinian? Thanks. I don't think I needed it, but I will take it. Ishgard will not fall! Not today! And there we go. That's what was supposed to happen when you're not an idiot and you stand in the fucking fire. Yeah, that's what I mean. I died at the end. I mentioned that when we restarted. I was like, God fucking damn it. I'm so stupid. The dragons, they're withdrawing. Victory is ours. One of Nidhogg's greatest champions slain. The Horde will not soon recover from this blow. But what of you, Nidhogg? Why did you not join your minions and make this battle a slaughter? Have you grown so fond of the stench of your lair? Mayhap you prefer to have your allies fight your battles for you. You have a girl to do your bidding now, do you not? No matter, I shall slay Iceheart and all the rest. Oh yeah, Splinter, you missed it because you were time traveling. But yeah, Estinian is now in the main plot. That's why I really wanted to show up the Dragoon quests. And it's so funny because they're just like, hey, yeah, don't worry about the fact he got half possessed. He's in full control of his faculties now. Don't worry about it. Don't ask questions. We're moving on. I love it so much. Of course, everything's fine. Exactly. I mean, this is an MMO that's been around for like a decade. Of course there's going to be some retconning. But it's really funny because this would have been like maybe only a year later after they did the Dragoon quest. Like maybe a year and a half. And it's just like, what the fuck do you mean you've already retconned a little plot point? What do you mean? But I yearn to spill the blood of a great worm, Nidhogg. And only your death will state my lance. Whew! There he goes. Team Rocket blasting off again. It was a close victory, but a victory nonetheless. I think we have earned a brief respite. The famed Dragoons of Ishgard commanding the skies of battle was truly a sight to behold. Yeah, that was exhausting. Especially me, I had to do that twice. Because I'm a fucking idiot. 'Tis a rare opportunity to find oneself confronted with so terrible a foe. Rarer still to emerge victorious. I should hope we need not contend with more of Nidhogg's champions. For Luna, the dragons are routed. Lest you wonder, the fighting at the Steel Vigil was also fierce, but my crystal braves were not found wanting. Commander Levier, Luna, true to your word, you arrived to aid us in our hour of need. On behalf of the Holy See and the people of Ishgard, I offer you my humble thanks. Though I would stay to lavish you with well-deserved praise, I fear I must away to oversee the aftermath of the siege. And all the dragons are fled, and there are yet wounded to be carried from the field. Pray, let us meet anon that I might express my thanks with the proper courtesy. Gonna have to go to bed. Sorry for being lame again. It's all good. Go get your sleep. We have indeed achieved a victory of singular importance. I love how the camera had the pan so high up to include me. With the Dravanian horde thus weakened and scattered, the threat to Ishgard has been greatly diminished. And mayhap, equally significant, the Holy See must now recognize the necessity of cooperation with foreign powers. Yeah, from Lona very tall. Max height, baby! But yeah, night, go get good sleeps. Long have they barred their gates against the outside world, but I am confident that the day will soon come when Ishgard proclaims itself a member of the Orisian Alliance once more. Much we have sacrificed in our struggles against the dragons and primals, the Ascians and the Empire, but step by unfaltering step we march ever nearer to our goal. And, as ever, the journey is made with you in the van. The victory you have won this day gives us a greater hope for the morrow. 'Tis a hope that shall sustain us in the days to come and bear us past the many evils yet seek to hinder our progress. Yes, we have done well, my friend, and I, for one, would take a moment to savor the enormity of our achievement. Hell yeah. The demands of duty, however, allow me little time for levity. I must accompany Captain Ilbert back to Ul'dah and reassign those braves whose squads have suffered heavy losses. You, my friend, have earned a rest at the Rising Stones. Pray, return the Revenant's toll and share your tale with Minfilia in person. Yeah, Thancred? We will see to informing the other nations of what took place here. Do be sure to give our regards to Minfilia. Hey man, it's fine. I died on purpose in order to waste time to make... Where the fuck... There we go. I always get turned around here. In order to make sure that I would still have a decent amount of stuff to do on Wednesday's stream. Because I ain't going to be able to finish this patch. No way. But we're also very close. I am faced by a merciless mountain of administrative chores. Thankfully, this is one battle I'm well equipped to fight. Heck yeah. Frelona, welcome back. Alphino has sent word of the siege, and of course, of the role you played in ending it. Your deeds never cease to amaze me, Frelona. Thank you. Administrative decision. Menphelia seems loath to put you into further trouble so soon after your last great excursion. Well, too bad I'm the hero, it's what you must do. You must be weary, Frelona, and now may very well be your only chance to... Antecedent! Aw, she waved. A messenger from Old Da has arrived with a missive for you. The royal seal. Curious indeed. Ah, an invitation. On behalf of the Council of the Eorzean Alliance, Her Royal Majesty Nanamo Olnamo invites the Signs of the Seventh Dawn to attend a feast at the Royal Palace of Ul'dah in honor of Ishgard's recent victory. It would seem we are to be recognized for our part in lifting the siege. You for your valiant efforts as commander of the adventurers contingent, and the Archons for their earnest attempts to rouse the city-states. Truly, I find it strange that the Alliance leaders should think themselves deserving of such a place... Truly, I find it strange that the Alliance leaders should think themselves deserving of a place at such a celebration. All three refuse to deploy their standing armies, preferring to send hastily assembled companies of sellswords, many of whom perished ere the siege began. Are they truly so brazen as to seek to share in the glory of your triumph? But mayhap they simply seek a pretext to meet with the Ishgardians while the mood is yet jubilant. Such an occasion would present a fine opportunity to press for Ishgard's return to the Eorzean Alliance. we have scarce had the time to mourn Moonbrita, and I, for one, am in no mood to carouse. But I suppose we must put away our grief for the good of the realm. Though you were promised rest, I fear I must insist that you also attend. It would be a strange celebration indeed if the victorious hero were not present. Pray, content yourself with the thought that such occasions may bring about momentous change, and that this without recourse to bloodshed. Tataru, if you do me a favor of contacting the rest of the Scions? Of course, Antecedent! And please let me know if there's anything else I can do. Curious. I have never known Tataru to decide such requests. Could that be amiss? You want me to go check on her? Tataru is troubled, I am certain of it. Would you mind speaking with her? I fear any concern I show will be met with stoic denials. Yeah, I can go do that. Well, she's not here. Have you witnessed the scene over yonder? Such is the fate of he who would toy with women's hearts. Let us see how Thancred's silver tongue wags its way out of this one. Oh boy, Thancred, have you gotten your comeuppance? In Doma, fidelity is a highly prized virtue. Perhaps it is a difference in culture, but this situation lies outside my comprehension. Don't worry about him. That's all I can say. Do we not have more pressing matters to attend to? Primo shackles its faithful with the bonds of eternal devotion, but I fear the power of Thancred wields over his admirers is rather more fickle. Especially when each realizes that she is not the sole subject of his affection. Oh God, make it stop! My sides are about to burst. Ladies, please, this is no way to... hello, Ferlona. I was just, entertaining some friends. Oh, gods. Mikote Man-stealer, he said that I was his favorite muse. You'd best watch your tongue. Oh boy, what the Why don't we leave these to their squabbling, Well, I'm the one who procured the rarest of ores. Oh, God. Thancred, what have you done? Also, can I just say how cute this sit the Lalafels have is? God, I wish I had this sit. It's so cute. But unfortunately, I think you have to be a Lalafell to have it. Anyway, Tataru, where are you? Why aren't you watching Thancred get roasted? Tataru is conspicuous by her absence. Hey, have you seen Tataru? Tataru? I believe she just stepped outside. Now that I think about it, she did seem rather preoccupied. Tataru? Tataru, where are you? There you are. Oh, hey, you're one of the kids. La 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 dee da dee da. The child's joy will always brighten your day. I'll show you a smile if you're happy to pay. That sound right? Tataru's been teaching me traditional Old Dawn rhyming songs. The children of Old Dawn seem to spend an awful lot of time thinking about money. Yeah, everyone on Old Dawn tends to spend a lot of time thinking about money. Oh, Ferlona, it's you. I didn't mean to worry anyone. It's nothing really. Well, it's not nothing exactly, but it feels like nothing compared to the towering trials you and the others face every day. And that's why I should probably talk to Minfilia before things get any worse. I always know what to say, Ferlona. I'm glad we had this little chat. I didn't say anything, Tataru? Ha. Thancred's still getting destroyed. My mind is made up. Sometimes you just need to talk at someone to figure it out. Yeah, that is very true. Yes, Tataru, you have my undivided attention. I've been hesitant to breach the subject, but with all the recent excitement, hang on, let me just try this line again. I've been hesitant to broach the subject, but with all the recent excitement, but Ferlona made me realize there's no time like the present. And the time is what I'm here to ask you for. I'm not sure I understand. If you wish to be excused from your duties for a time, then you have certainly earned the rest. But I suspect that lying abed is far from your intent. You know me too well, antecedent. There is, in fact, something I've been wanting to try my hand at. Along with the adventurers and the Crystal Braves, the Scions are constantly being thrown into dangerous battles and deadly predicaments. Even Hori Boulder and Coltone have been promoted from guard duty to fulfill our need for confident warriors. And so it only seems right that I too should acquire the power to defend myself and others. More importantly, when I return, I should be both your receptionist and your bodyguard. What? Hey! This is the first time I was almost been knocked to the ground by a Lalafell. I've never seen Mr. Taru so determined. Has aught befell which might help, antecedent? Not at present, thank you. Was there something you would ask of me? Oh, yes, pray excuse my distraction. An adventurer who was to join us for escort duty was injured while on a patrol. And I fear we cannot properly defend the scholars entrusted to our protection without the aid of at least one more guard. Therefore, I humbly request that another adventurer, of the capable kind, of course, be assigned to our party. Very well. I shall consider the potential candidates and provide you with a replacement as soon as I am able. My thanks, antecedent. I take my leave of you. Well then. I forgot it splits here. What the fuck? Is this the one where we go after Tataru? Because I might just do this quest line to go help Tataru, and then I will call it a little bit early. But again, just to make sure there's a bit more for Wednesday. That's the wrong quest to look at. Are you... Yes, this is the one where we go after Tataru. Let's go do that one. The power to defend oneself? Tataru has ever been full of surprises. Now that I think on it, I do recall Ryanje mentioning that she had an interest in an Arcanima. Mayhaps she hopes to gain admittance to the Arcanist Guild in Limsa Lominsa? Yes, that would be the way of it. Would you be so kind as to journey to the guild and see that all is well? It is doubtless unwarranted, but surely I'm not alone in my concern for her safety. I will go, don't you worry. Arcanist Guild is over here. Where the fuck are you downstairs? Tataru! There she is. Of course she has a little pink robe. Felona, what are you doing here? I'm here to help. I'm a summoner. I can help you with Arcanima if you want it. And also Minfilia is very worried. I didn't mean for her to worry. That's the last thing I wanted. Putting an end to such worries is precisely the reason I'm here, don't you see? I, Taru, shall become a great and powerful Arcanist. And now, at Mistress Thorbrigilm's behest, I must go and complete a special training exercise. Until we meet again. Ah, if it isn't for Lona, what brings you to the guild? What are you making Tataru do? So you were acquainted with our newest member. An arcanist of Wyrm experience must see that her potential is somewhat lacking. Nevertheless, she would not be denied, and now goes to undertake her first trial. A simulated inspection of 3 crates. Doubtless you recall receiving similar training under Kalahia's supervision? A thought occurs to me. Why not oversee Tataru's training yourself? Given your relationship with the girl and your familiarity with the tasks, I think you the ideal choice. You need only head to the cliffs south of the Zephyr Gate, as before, and observe at a distance. I shall do just that. Because, yeah, this little mission that Tataru is doing is literally like one of the first quests you do when you pick up Arcanist. So it's really fun when you are, you know, a summoner and Arcanist. They're like, oh, hey, don't you remember you doing this quest? Well, no, your friend is doing it. Azure sees the pirate's port, where she meets her shining jewel. For to bring the smuggler's plan to naught, came the last whom none could fool. Yeah, all the level 1 enemies, like the rats and ladybugs and stuff. Beat him back with a backdraft, gut him with a gust, deck him with a downburst, go carbuncle, go! Oh, are those crates I spy? Ah, and this must be the true test. But we're ready for them, aren't we, Carbuncle? Off it goes. Carbuncle? There it goes. Trotting away. Ah, come back, Carbuncle, come back! Yeah, Carbuncle ain't having none of this shit. Where'd your Carby go? I should have known you'd come, Lona. You didn't say a word. Your face says it all. I know you bore witness to my shame. Betrayed by my own carbuncle and left to the mercy of wild beasts. I must accept the truth. I'll never be a warrior like you or the others. I will inform Mistress Thurbygrim of my intention to withdraw from the guild. Arcanima, like so much else, is beyond me. You're gonna give up after just one failure? Come on. Come on, Tataru, I believe. Listen, I know I am also very quick to give up, but you can't just give up after one. You have to at least try a couple of times. Ah, back so soon. How fared our fledgling arcanist? I guess you can tell her yourself. Abysmally, Mistress Thurbygrim. Abysmally, as Fernlona will testify. I was wrong to become an arcanist. Wrong as usual. I am completely and utterly unqualified, and I sincerely apologize for wasting your time. Tataru, if that were true, I would not have permitted you to join in the first place. We must all come to accept our limitations, lest our ambitions lead us astray. However, we must not lose sight of our strengths in the process. For example, your exceptional skill with numbers helped you gain a solid grasp of the fundamentals of Arcanima. Were it not so, you would have struggled to even summon Carbuncle to your side. In my opinion, the Silings are truly fortunate to have such a capable and good-natured receptionist in their service. Would you not agree? You are too kind, Mistress Thurbygrim. Though I could not overcome this challenge, I shall take your words to heart and try not to be discouraged. Ancient ways, timeless wants. Tataru is considering her next course of action and how you might aid her in it. As fetching as these garments are, I fear I shall never don them again. But I can't go back to the Rising Stones without something to show for my time away. Wait, I know what I can do. That is, if you don't mind accompanying me for a little while longer. Wonderful! Then to Costa del Sol we go. It's a bit of a gamble, but I'm confident it'll pay off. Okay, what are we doing over here? With the perverted freak? Oh, you have another cute outfit. Yes, this is it! This is where the man at the Drowning Wench told me to look. There is a certain variety of clam which can be harvested at this time of year in the Bloodshore, one which produces the marvelous of pearls. However, these clams are also coveted by certain wildlife creatures. And since I fared rather poorly in battle last time, let us be off. Fortune, I've already found one. Would you be so kind as to keep watch while I work? This should only take a moment. Actually, hang on. What if I talk to you first? Open up, you little... This is proving to be more difficult than I thought. Big serpent! What the fuck do you mean you lived? What do you mean you survived one of my attacks? Well fought, Fernlona, well fought. I knew I was right to ask you to come. As for me, I have my prize, a bounty of blood pearls. So named for their reddish hue, they were treasured as wards against dark magics in ancient times. I thought I might make charms for everyone, so that no matter where they go, they will always come home. It's sort of the power to defend myself and other people, in a way. Right, well, I mustn't keep Flamen waiting. There's work to be done, and lots of it. We're to secure provisions for the Scions and the Luminson markets. She may have an eye for quality, but I have a nose for bargains. Would you be heading back to the Rising Stones? If so, pray convey my apologies to the antecedent and tell her that she needn't worry about me. Farewell, Fernlona, and thank you for everything. That sounded rather final, didn't it? How about until we meet again? Where the fuck are we going? The ocean is that way. Are we just gonna walk into the ocean? What the fuck are we doing? Yes, that is the way. Okay. Jesus. Every time I'm slightly off center whenever I teleport here, I don't know where the fuck I am facing. Welcome home, Frelona. I gather you found Tataru and Luminsa? Yeah, she gave up rather quickly, but she seems to have found her resolve in what to do next. My, it sounds as though she's had quite the adventure. While it did not end as she hoped, I suspect it'll prove to be a valuable experience. I dare say she could have managed without our intervention. Even so, I appreciate you indulging my request. And that will be where I call it for the day. Again, I know it is a little early, but there's not a whole bunch left, but I know it's going to be too much for, you know, to do in an hour, so I'm going to just call it a little tiny bit early, and then I'm going to have to figure out what to do on Wednesday, because it's definitely not going to be a full stream. I don't even know if it'll be like 2 hours. I don't fucking know. I'll have to figure out some kind of backup plan of some sort. But yeah, say goodbye. As I go and try to see who to raid. Who is alive right now? A bunch of people, holy shit. How about I raid Cyric? He's doing more fifths in the North Star. And because I'm ending early, he shouldn't also be ending in like 10 minutes. But yeah, thank you all so much for coming and hanging out. I hope you have a good night, good evening, whatever time it is for you. I hope you take care of yourselves, and I'll see you all on Wednesday for us finishing the Wyrm Reborn patches. Bye-bye.